And we cannot but give thanks to God Almighty for keeping us alive to be able to witness this beautiful day that the good Lord himself has made. Now, we sing praises to him. We continue to thank him for bringing us into this wonderful day. Welcome. Let's get the show started because it promises to be exciting. A lot of information this morning for you. So please stay with us all the way from now up until 11 a.m. I will be taking the first part of the show, and then later Chris and Phil will continue for you. Once again, you are welcome. Now, it's, if you like, day one for first year students of senior high schools. They have transitioned from the junior high level. They've gone through a hurdle at the placement with the placement system. They've made it into school. Most of them reported over the weekend, and we're going to have the rest of them reporting to campus today. We want to wish them well, and of course, we want to urge them on to study and study well, because their business in school is one and one only. All right, to learn and to learn and to pass well. Okay, now. That said, the parents, I'm going to reiterate the call of the Ghana Education Service for you not to just abandon your wards or to dump them in schools. Finally, we're getting rid of them. No, you should be part of the academic journey, all right? So stay with them throughout the entire period of study. You need to be interested in what your child is engaged in school, because we've seen incidents of rising student indiscipline over the period, and it's quite worrying. And so if your ward is going to first year, you should be involved in the academic journey. You should be interested in their study in school. The teachers also, you see, these are parents who are trusting their wards into your care. And it's important that as parents commit their students or their wards to you, their children to you, you hold them as your own, and you take care of them as your own. It is at this point that your utmost professionalism is necessary, is required. We don't want to be seeing those, if you like, irresponsible behavior that we have seen in recent times regarding some teachers, assistant headmaster doing their own thing with some students. It is so uncalled for, it is so unnecessary, it is demoralizing, and for lack of a better word, criticism. You understand? So let's not engage in those things. Parents have entrusted their children into your hands, okay? They believe and they know and they are assured that you will take care of them as your own. So please, let's do that, all right? In the school, you are the parent, you the teacher, all right? So you need to do your best to, if you like, take care of these children while taking them through the teaching and learning process, the academic activities, because that is the number one priority. That you take care of these children, you teach them holistically, that they may grow into better citizens for this country. Peace, shalom. All right, the weekend coming is where we take you up north to Tamale, the sports stadium, all right, because we're bringing you the Northern Business Fair. The Northern Business Fair provides an opportunity for all persons who deal in crafts, textiles, artifacts, local innovations. And of course, if you have an indigenous Ghanaian business, you should be able to take part in the Northern Business Fair, which is happening on the 25th and the 26th of October 2025. It's happening at the Tamale Sports Stadium, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. And we want you to be a part of it. So bring all your goods, come and display and exhibit your services, and let's show the rest of the world that indeed Ghana has a lot to offer. This one that we are looking to enter into a zero tariff regime with China. We should be taking advantage of our own production. We should be growing our manufacturing space. And of course, we should be exploring different innovations to make life better for all Ghanaians. And so this is a one-stop shop, one-stop opportunity for you to showcase your wares, your goods to the rest of the world. So be part of the Northern Business Fair. If you haven't called, please call now. 0205-973-973. 0205-973-973. Call us now, register and be part of the Northern Business Fair. It's happening this weekend, the 25th and the 26th of October, Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. So be part of the Northern Business Fair. All right. Now the Agri Fair, the big one, is coming back this November. The big one is coming back. The Agri Fair is happening. So are you a farmer? Are you into agri input? Are you part of the agri value chain? Do you have some agri products you want to show to the rest of the world? Join us at the Efua Sutherland Children's Park on the 28th to the 30th of November. 3 days, 3 fantastic days of displaying agriculture. So bring your veggies, bring your poultry, bring your, if you like, your processed agri products. Me, I'm interested in the enchichos that will be happening there. So you might just want to join us at the Efua Sutherland Children's Park from the 28th to the 30th of November 2025 for the Agri Fair. Now this one is the 2.0, Agri Fair 2.0. If like Agri Fair Pro Max. The big one, the first one was a huge success, and we're asking that you join us for the second one. It promises to be exciting. We're going to have a lot. Okay, so come and do your Christmas shopping. Come and do your Christmas shopping at the Agri Fair 2.0. Yeah. Join us at the Efua Sutherland Children's Park from the 28th to the 30th of November, and you won't regret it. All right? We're going to have everything some on display. So this one is straight from the farm. So no middleman business. You are assured and guaranteed of best prices. So no middleman is coming to do you any sakawatins over there. Just come to the Agri Fair. Come and do your Christmas shopping. All right? And then stock up your fridges and, of course, your storerooms for the Bronya season. Yeah. So that's about it for the Agri Fair. We'll see you in November from the 28th to the 30th, Efua Sutherland Children's Park. 3 days in a row. Be part of the Agri Fair. This is the second edition for this year. First one was a huge success. Thanks to you guys for showing up. We're asking that you show up again at the second edition, which is happening in November, the 28th to the 30th. All right. Now, you can go onto the Google Play Store and download the Channel One News app and then have access to the news on the go, on the regular. Stay up to date, stay current, stay updated with the news. Factual, real-time, accurate. It's all there on the Channel One News app. So download same from the Google Play Store. And, of course, you can have access to the news on the go. Now, let's get into the newspapers for today. We'll start off with the Daily Guide newspaper. Daily Guide says, I'll relocate some key ministries to other regions. This is Kennedy Ohene-Agyapong speaking. I'll relocate some key ministries to other regions. Mahama to launch $1.5 billion free zones industrial park. Mahama to launch $1.5 billion free zones industrial park. Heath Goldfields revives Bogoso Prestea mine. E&P seals $100 million Azuma Resources acquisition. New management announced. E&P seals $100 million Azuma Resources acquisition. New management announced. Hisense donates H60 ultrasound to hospitals. Hisense donates H60 ultrasound to hospitals. So that's the Daily Guide newspaper. Let me take you to the Herald. The Herald says, Napo and Dubik Mahama's 9 billion CD ECG container scandal handed to Attorney General. Napo and Dubik Mahama's 9 billion CD ECG container scandal handed to Attorney General. E&P secures global partners for 1 million ounces Azuma Gold project in Ghana. $350 million investment rolling. E&P secures global partners for 1 million ounces Azuma Gold project in Ghana. $350 million investment rolling. Ex-Buffer Stock CEO and wife in court this week. Airport Hills, Laboni, Tamale, Pusiga Properties surface. Ex-Buffer Stock CEO, wife in court this week. Airport Hills, Laboni, Tamale, Pusiga Properties surface. DVLA to expand operations with new Ultra Center in La to enhance motorist convenience. DVLA to expand operations with new Ultra Center in La to enhance motorist convenience. Eye doctors threaten to withdraw services from private health insurance firms. Eye doctors threaten to withdraw services from private health insurance firms. Former Chief of Staff Kwadwo Mpiani buries sister on Saturday. Former Chief of Staff Kwadwo Mpiani buries sister on Saturday. So that's the Herald newspaper. The Chronicle says, fight against corruption. Osahen charges minority MPs as Parliament prepares to resume sitting. Fight against corruption. Osahen charges minority MPs as Parliament prepares to resume sitting. Litigations threaten good efforts of Heath Goldfields. That's according to management. Litigations threaten good efforts of Heath Goldfields. And there's a rejoinder here that says, we are not land guards. Chief of Katamanso rejects claims. We are not land guards. Chief of Katamanso rejects claims. Now in the Bible, Hosea chapter 9 verse 9, they have deeply corrupted themselves as in the days of Gibeah. He will remember their iniquity. He will punish their sins. They have deeply corrupted themselves as in the days of Gibeah. He will remember their iniquity. He will punish their sins. Hosea 9:9. So that's our scripture for today. On the back page, you have your sports stories. Of course, Kotoko's chances of making it to the CAF Confederation Cup. It's not looking good because Wydad Casablanca of Morocco beats the Porcupine Warriors 1-0 yesterday. Dreams claim first victory over Nations FC. Hearts return to winning ways with victory over Berekum Chelsea. All Blacks beat Holy Stars to end losing streak. So that's the Chronicle newspaper. Let me bring you the News Center. News Center. ENP pays full $100 million to former owners of Azuma Resources. ENP pays full $100 million to former owners of Azuma Resources. MTN to deploy blockchain to tackle Momo fraud. MTN to deploy blockchain to tackle Momo fraud. GES reports smooth start to SHS admissions nationwide. HCOWA Greenfield to build Ghana's first AI-powered teaching hospital. HCOWA and Greenfield to build Ghana's first AI-powered teaching hospital. So that's the News Center newspaper. The Custodian. Afenyo Markin fires minority for Parliament tomorrow. Okay. Afenyo Markin fires minority up for Parliament tomorrow. My victory will be for all. Bawumia promises unity. My victory will be for all. Bawumia promises unity. Amaleba contradicts Puaman committee claims on CJ removal petitions. Amaleba contradicts Puaman committee claims on CJ removal petitions. Ecozoil donates life jackets for safety on Volta Lake. Ecozoil donates life jackets for safety on Volta Lake. Kwaku Obeng appointed CPS head of corporate affairs. Kwaku Obeng appointed CPS head of corporate affairs. All right. So that's the Custodian newspaper. The Today newspaper says SHS 2025-2026 academic year, over 500,000 freshers report to school. SHS 2025-2026 academic year, over 500,000 freshers report to school. Iyoko frees 26 human trafficking victims. Parliament to resume sitting tomorrow. Parliament to resume sitting tomorrow. So that's the Today newspaper. The Ghanaian Point, ENP acquires Azuma Resources in $100 million landmark deal. ENP acquires Azuma Resources in $100 million landmark deal. United Party, no match for NPP or NDC. That's according to Paul Adom Ochre. Ghana lost over 19 million cedis to cybercrime between January and September. That's according to the Cybersecurity Authority. NPP made Kene Japan. He'll never go independent. That's according to Charles Bissiou. Bawumia pledges world-class development, cites digital innovations as proof. So that's the Ghanaian Point newspaper. Startling revelation. Hawks after KIA Terminal 1. Oh. Startling revelation. Hawks after KIA Terminal 1. Simple question. Where is the former national security couple, Mr. Kweku Asumani? The Inquisitor newspaper is inquiring this morning. Where is the former national security couple, Mr. Kweku Asumani? TCDA boss confers with institutional and regulatory stakeholders. TCDA boss, that's the Tree Crop Development Authority. TCDA boss confers with institutional and regulatory stakeholders. Regimental Gray frustrated by police inaction on court order. Regimental Gray frustrated by police inaction on court order. The Republic Press. Ashanti heats up as Brian Echampon's campaign machine rolls in. Ashanti heats up as Brian Echampon's campaign machine rolls in. Gunfire at Celebrity Golf Club. 3 arrested as police launch manhunt. Gunfire at Celebrity Golf Club. 3 arrested as police launch manhunt. Former CJ refuses to back down. Sues government over dismissal and withheld benefits. Lead suspect in serial robberies and killings of taxi drivers arrested. Aggressive city strengthening, great cost to Ghana. That's according to Professor Bokpen. And recording your intimate moment is illegal. That's according to a cybersecurity expert. All right, all these and more in the Republic Press. Let me take you to the Ghanaian publisher. Apenyo Markin rallies minority. Be Ghana's backbone, not just critics. Apenyo Markin rallies minority. Be Ghana's backbone, not just critics. E&P seals $100 million Azuma acquisition. E&P seals $100 million Azuma acquisition. And you have Bono East roots for Dr. Bawumia. Bono East roots for Dr. Bawumia. I'll take you to the Economy Times now. Economy Times says, Ghana woos international investment, development support communities at IMF World Bank joint meeting. Ghana woos international investment and development support communities at IMF World Bank joint meeting. Momentum builds up on digital credit as BOG set to open applications early November. Momentum built up on digital credit as BOG set to open applications early November. FX market works in reaction to prevailing conditions. BOG dismisses charges of manipulation. FX market works in reaction to prevailing conditions. BOG dismisses charges of manipulation. So that's the Economy Times newspaper. Now I'm going to take you online and bring you some stories from our web portals. Let's start off with the Channel One newsroom, or channel1newsonline.com, channel1newsonline.com. NHIA to review healthcare tariffs in 2026 to improve service delivery. NHIA to review healthcare tariffs in 2026 to improve service delivery. More corruption cases coming before end of 2025. That's according to the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Ghana risk becoming dumping ground under China trade deal. That's according to Professor Bokpen. Ghana risk becoming dumping ground under China trade deal. Professor Bokpen speaking there. Professor Ahoy denies making comments about Mahama and AG over ambulance case. Professor Ahoy denies making comments about Mahama and AG over ambulance case. 450 first year SHS students receive support from Sisala West MP. 450 first year SHS students receive support from Sisala West MP. Police arrest 3 over shooting incident at Celebrity Golf Club in Sakumono. Police arrest 3 over shooting incident at Celebrity Golf Club in Sakumono. Ned Nwoko blames Regina Daniels' drug alcohol abuse for marital crisis. Ned Nwoko blames Regina Daniels' drugs and alcohol abuse for marital crisis. Franklin criticizes ministerial involvement in AT Telecel restructuring. Franklin criticizes ministerial involvement in AT Telecel restructuring. Don't dump your wards at schools. Support their SHS journey. That's from the Ghana Education Service to parents. Paul Adomochiri raises transparency concerns over AT Telecel deal. Paul Adomochiri raises transparency concerns over AT Telecel deal. And then you have a Commonwealth to expand political and civil space for women and youth in Africa. Alan was right to reject Akufo-Addo's extremely terrible second term. That's according to Franklin Cudjoe. Alan was right to reject Akufo-Addo's extremely terrible second term. That's according to Franklin Cudjoe, president of Imani Africa. And so that's channel1newsonline.com. Channel1newsonline.com. I'm going to take you to citynewsroom.com. Citynewsroom.com. Galamsey fueling rise in kidney and liver diseases. That's according to GOSPA, the Government and Hospital Pharmacists Association. GOSPA. Galamsey fueling rise in kidney and liver diseases. We've been saying it over the period. If you won't do anything about it, let us all die. It's anti-growth and a threat to industry. Business community rejects tariff hikes. It's anti-growth and a threat to industry. Business community rejects tariff hikes. BOG assures of operational stability despite balance sheet pressures. BOG assures of operational stability despite balance sheet pressures. That's according to the governor. OSP outlines active corruption cases as courts reopen. OSP outlines active corruption cases as courts reopen. Military approach won't end Galamsey. National Coalition on Mining speaking there. Consumers must not pay for cost of Galamsey. That's according to CATS International. Ghana must boost exports to benefit from China's zero tariff policy. That's Professor Bokpen speaking there. Heightened security at the Lubo border as over 1,500 Ivorians flee election violence. NUG's General Secretary declares 2025 elections invalid over constitutional breaches. Bawumia pledges annual grassroots engagement as president. And then in Sakumono, 3 arrested over shooting and trespassing at Celebrity Golf Club. So you get the details online, citynewsroom.com as well as channel1newsonline.com. All right. Now, let's send some birthday wishes this morning. This one says, celebrating another year of love, laughter, and endless adventure with you. May your day be as special as you've made my life. Happy birthday to you, my love, from your very own Prince Danso Dakun. So this is from Prince Danso Dakun. And then, of course, today, I beg your pardon. This is from your very own, and it's going to Prince Danso Dakun. And it says, celebrating another year of love, laughter, and endless adventure with you. May your day be as special as you've made my life. Happy birthday to you, my love. It's from your very own to you, Prince Danso Dakun. Now, this one is to Agnes Opoku Sapon. Welcome to the 4th floor. It's your 40th birthday today. We wish you endless blessings. May the good Lord continue to bless you. And today is the birthday of one of our very own, Frema Edu Nyame. We're wishing you God's blessings. We're asking that the good Lord will continue to guide your steps. He will continue to favor you, and may He show His face upon you. God bless you, Frema. We wish you all celebrate life. Happy, happy, happy birthday. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. Stay with us. We'll take a break here. When we come back, the news review segment comes up.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you bank like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Troll from Kaswati. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter what you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you put it toy, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
The alumni of Sweetroot Secondary School, Swesco, invites you to the annual All-Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance. Relive the memories, reconnect with friends. The Old Swesconians Annual Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance is here. Join us on November 1st at 5 p.m. at the beautiful Channel 1 TV Gardens in Tesano. For just 500 Ghana cedis per head, enjoy an evening of dinner, music, and nostalgia. Don't miss the reunion of the year. The Old Swesconians Annual All-Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance is on the 1st of November 2025 at 5 p.m. at the Channel 1 TV Gardens. Contact your year group or chapter president and get your tickets. Sepulchrum Optimus, always with the best.
Need your attention, please.
Mnet Movies 4 brings you Action HQ.
Before I describe the job, I have to know you can do it.
The movie festival where action never clocks out.
1, 2, 3.
Go! Business as usual means fist first, questions later. We don't do spreadsheets.
Car keys, a couple guns.
We do high speeds.
Put your foot to that floor and you hurt.
Our management style, very hands-on. Water cooler chats, surprisingly inspirational.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
This October, Mnet Movies 4 is mission control for mayhem.
Complete destruction.
It's home base for heroics. It's Action HQ. Consider your couch the corner office of chaos. This is not a drill. Report to Action HQ all month long on Mnet Movies 4, where action never clocks out.
Thank you for keeping faith with us. This is Channel 1 Television. The show is Breakfast Daily. It's time for the news review segment. We get to have a conversation around some of the topical issues and bring you different perspectives to these same issues. I have three gentlemen in studio with me. Let me quickly say good morning to them, and then we can begin the conversations. Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa is here, a member of the NPP, representing and, of course, repping the colors of the party to the fullest. Doc, good morning.
Good morning, Nana. What shall I render unto the Lord for all his benefits towards us as a party? Psalm 116, verse 12. It's good to be here. You look dashing.
No, Doc, this morning, when Susu.
Thank you very much.
I have an idea why you're wearing this. We'll get into it. Elvis Daku is here. Elvis is the editor of the News Center newspaper, newscenter.com. Elvis, good morning. Good to have you. Good morning. And then we have Dr. Samuel Ayer. Dr. Ayer is a presidential staffer. Doc, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning. Good
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Hey, Dr. Palgrave Boakye Dankwa.
Nana.
It's your colors this morning. Dear.
We are the new patriotic party. We are the new patriotic party. The elephant is a winning symbol. We shall win to save Ghana.
Let's start from there. Dr. Ayer, I'm sure you know why he's in this mood.
No.
Are you threatened?
Not at all. Not
you
at
know
all.
that it's because of the UPO.
Not at all.
United Party.
Not at all. Not at all.
So they need to come out in their colors to show that they are still around.
Not at all. Let me greet your viewing public and greet my colleagues, the presidential staffer who has come from Jubilee House. How is the president
He's coming from
doing?
home. He's coming from
Oh,
home.
well, of course, but from here he'll go to Jubilee House. I mean, that's where he wishes. That's the seat of government. How is the president doing?
No, everything is fine. By God's grace.
Our special greetings to him. We wish him well. We want him to succeed. We have said that we don't need John Mahama to fail for us to come into office. Definitely, we are winning the 2028 general election, and Mahama is not the one on the ticket. And so we would wish him the best in his last legacy. But to be able to state it that you are aware that the New Patriotic Party is a party that has gone through various transformation. And from the days of the UP during the First Republic to the NLM to the Northern People's Party to the Progress Party 1969 to now the New Patriotic Party clearly tells you that we are a formidable party that has transcended all the generations and all the republics. And the New Patriotic Party is the political party that has stabilized this dispensation of the Fourth Republic. I saw the upsurge of the UPP, which is the United Party Plus that Alan Kojo Tremantin has set up. One of the things that I think is that a fruit does not fall too far away from its tree. It clearly tells us that there are some deep concerns within the party that we need to look at. Alan Tremantin is reminding us as a party that we need to go back to our roots and our values. And for me, it clearly represents that in the upcoming restructuring and rebuilding of the party and with the surgence of our new flag bearer, Kennedy Ejapong, who I'm confident would win the 31st January election, is a clear reminder that we need to go back to the basics of where we started from. And I'm in no doubt in my mind that the way CPP ended, CPP was short-lived. It lived with Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. Now we have members of CPP who are serving in the government of Dr. You are aware that there are a lot of people in CPP that are serving in John Dramani Mohammed's government. So, I mean, we are not threatened at all by UPP. We would wish them well. I am not too sure that it would leave beyond Alan Kojo Tremantin, as we saw with CPP. His percentage, even in the election, could tell that he's a founding member of the New Patriotic Party. We would welcome him back into the party. I'm confident that when Kennedy becomes the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party and we have a new change and a new fresh ideas, Alan Kojo Tremantin would be a formidable person that will be part of the reconstruction of this party.
That might be difficult. Now he's officially registered a political party.
That's what I said. I mean, I hold it very clearly that a fruit does not fall too far away from his tree. And if you look at it, he's not too driven away from what, as a New Patriotic Party, we have stood for over the years, and the party has gone through various transitions. And I mean, his starting of the UPP, which is the UP Plus, clearly indicates that he wants to send a strong signal to the New Patriotic Party that we must be reminded of where we have come from as a political party and make sure that we don't drift away from it. It also clearly tells you that the cracks that are within the party are too deep, that we need to be able to immediately remend it and rebuild it, and which is why this rebuilding agenda is very key, because unity is very important. I mean, clearly it's not a problem, but I don't see the long life of this UPP that has been set up. We are a strong united party from the pre-independence era. We predicted independence from 1947 when we formed the UGCC, went through the various transitions as a political party, and here we are now. 1992 we formed our party, and it's been in existence for 33 years. It's strong. It's not one that in a few months will be able to go away. And in the moral fabric of the Ghanaian democracy, there's no way anybody can take away the involvement and the participation of the New Patriotic Party. We've produced two presidents, John Agyekum Kufuor, and we've produced Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, whose legacies transcend beyond the government. It's now become a civic responsibility of the Ghanaian people that the Ghanaian people are benefiting from.
Very well. Dr. Ayer.
Yes, good morning to your viewers and my co-panelists and yourself. For me, I'm happy that another party has sprouted. It only deepens our democracy. We are now comfortable, and we know that there is one additional voice of dissent or opinion or suggestion that government, or those of us in the NDC in government, will always listen to make reforms in whatever we do. That is the beauty of democracy, governance, and politics. For me, I am extremely happy about the organization and nature of UP+. You and I know that they can boast of one of the most vociferous and brilliant guys. The likes of lawyer Appiah Dankwa, extremely intelligent, is a member of UP+. Our very own Solomon Owusu, very vociferous young man. We are looking at Nanaya Sapon and what have you. There are a whole lot of them. Yabuabia Samoa, who are very organized, very strong, vociferous. As for me, I am extremely happy about it, except that political figures that break away from their mother parties do not necessarily do well in their future endeavors. You can look at the lives of Papa Kwesi Ndium when he stood on a ticket of CPP. I mean, for the first time, he garnered about 1.73% of the votes. Unfortunately, when he ended up in PPP, he couldn't even make 0.5%. We can speak about the lives of Gusitano, Ireku Brobe, and what have you. But for me, history is there, extremely important for all of us to look at to make analysis. But the dynamics of our national or political life is changing. Nobody thought that a constituency like Dome Kwabenya will be won by the NDC. There are several of these constituencies that belong to the MPP or even the NDC that the MPP won some time ago. Just like we won Dome Kwabenya and others. Nobody can tell. The perception of young people these days, especially the Gen Zs, have changed. They don't have ties to any political party. They form 62% of the population. If at any point in time they think that the UP Plus is presenting a formidable candidate who, in their view, trumps all other candidates, they will have no other option than to choose the UP plus. So for us, just like, unlike my brother Palgrave is saying, and he's not threatened by UP, for us, we are not necessarily threatened by UP, but we are abreast with the exigencies of the time. And it encourages us to do well, to do better, to be worlds apart from the MPP and all other political parties, so that we can create the necessary, environment for the young people of this country to be endeared towards whatever we are doing as a government. So for me, we welcome them, we appreciate their strides, and we will go a long way to do whatever we can as a political party in government to make the people of Ghana happy, to address their issues, to address their plight, so that we can always be on top. For the MPP and the other political parties to always be in opposition, so that we can continue delivering the better government that the people of Ghana have always wanted.
Very well.
So we welcome UP Plus, and we acknowledge their presence, we acknowledge their nature, what motivates them, we acknowledge it. And we know that their suggestions, their opinion will always be welcomed. We are a listening government, we are a tolerant government. We listen to whatever other people say, and we add it to whatever we are doing to make sure that we deliver a top-notch government.
Right. Elvis, since the return to constitutional rule, Ghana's political landscape has been dominated by the NDC and MPP. And just as Dr. Ayer has said, breakaway parties have not necessarily done enough to present themselves as a formidable third force. So, if you're assessing the prospects of this UP plus as against the dominance of the two, is there a future for UP plus?
Well, considering the performance of that party in the last election, I don't think that there's any future. As they've said,
they won't agree with you.
Names like Papa Kwesindu, Dr. Ureku Bobe, he broke away from MPP to go and form his party, right? Yeah. Papa Kwesindu formed the party, Gozitano had a party, Dr. Yao Obeda Samoa, Nana Konedo Ajimai Rawlings, and many more.
Yeah.
What have any of these parties achieved? These are parties that are formed in the Fourth Republic. I don't want to talk about the CPP, the PA, those ones, as I said before, but I'm talking about the parties that were formed in this Fourth Republic. If you look at Dr. Obeda Samoa, look at his stature. But what happened to his party? Gozitano, Reku Brobe. The one that I thought was going to make some difference was even Nana Konedo Ajimai Rawlings. Because looking at the stature of the stature of former President Rawlings, and at that time having issues with the NDC, which he founded. And then looking at Nana Konedo Ajimai Rawlings' work as First Lady, in terms of women across Ghana, almost every village you go to, you find one 31st December movement project or the other. Either a corn mill for women to have easy access to grind, or almost every corner of Ghana had one program or the other from the 31st December movement. So, and women constitute 51% of our population. So when Nana Konedo formed her party, that was a point I thought that if women really wanted to say, this is the person who actually has demonstrated that she cared about us, the female gender, and the husband, as former president for 19 years, has also done a lot, and that if the wife has her own party, they will want to vote for her. But what happened to Nana Konedo's party? We saw the performance. So when I look at all these things, then I come to Alan Kyerematen himself. Alan was made to believe that he's one of the likable people in this country. And that people who are not even MPP, at that time he was in MPP, who are not even MPP will vote for Alan if Alan is for the ticket of the MPP, right? All kinds of things were said about the person. Yes, Alan is a big stalwart in this Fourth Republic when it comes to MPP politics, so you can't take that away from him. So when people projected him as somebody that can easily pull the vote for the MPP, somebody that people who are not even MPP are willing to vote for, even some NDC members are willing to vote for, and all kinds of information was shared that is the kind of Alan people should expect. And then he broke away from the MPP to form his party. And if all the attributes that have been said about him had worked, I was thinking Alan could have pulled about 10% of the vote in the last elections. So when I look at all the things said about Alan and how he was projected, that even minus MPP, there are many Ghanaians in the other parties, including those we call floating voters, who will prefer Alan over any other candidate in an election. And then Alan goes into the elections. What are the results? Alan had 32,457 votes. The percentage is 0.28%. 0.28%. This is Alan that has been part of our political process in the Fourth Republic.
Yeah.
Then another new entrant, Nana Kwame Bediakun, we all call him Cheddar, right?
Yeah.
That's his popular name.
Yeah.
That is his first time. Cheddar has not been part of our political system in this Fourth Republic. He only emerged in the last elections and said he wants to be president. Alan, Cheddar was able to beat Alan.
Yeah.
Cheddar had 88,944 votes, which represents 0.76%.
Yeah.
Okay? So if I look at Alan Kyerematen, who has been part and parcel of the political process for the past 30 plus years, and Cheddar, who only emerged in the last elections, and we put them to the test in the last election, and Cheddar has about 3 times the votes Alan had. Clearly, I think Alan and the people around him in the Ghanaian politics are actually fading off. And therefore, if they are the leaders, and if Alan is going to be the one on the ticket of the party, I don't think that anything significant is going to change. And that is why I have said somewhere, and I'll say that if you're a young person and you are looking for a political party, and you think that politics is what you want to do, I don't think that this party gives you any opportunity. Because I'm giving you statistical evidence that if Alan for the past 30 years has been part and parcel of the political process, and we've been made to believe that people like him so much that if he stands, no candidate can beat him. And then he left the MPP to go and form his own party. And all the people we are told liked him, who are not even MPP and will be willing to vote for him. Now the man was on the ballot, and he had 32,000. It meant that all those things that were said about him really did not translate to the
He was
vote.
there as an independent candidate.
The personality of Alan is what I'm talking about. That was the campaign. That his personality, Alan, the name Alan and his personality,
the man,
will attract the votes. So whether it's independent or on a ticket doesn't matter. The argument was that his personality, the name, and what he has achieved in politics and in personal life is so attractive to Ghanaians that even people who are non-MPP, even people who are NDC, people who are called floating voters, will vote for Alan if he's on a ticket during any election. That is what we've been told, right? And as I said, you can't take it away that Alan has been a popular and prominent figure in the political landscape in the Fourth Republic. You can't take it away from him. So if you put all this together, and now the man was on the ticket, and statistically, the man has 32,457 votes. And then Cheddar, who has never been part of the political process until the last election, emerged, contested with all the others. And Cheddar has 88,944. About 3 times what Alan has gotten. We based on these statistics, I don't see the future of anybody in this party. And if you put all the smaller parties together in the last election, they had less than 1.8% votes. Okay? If you put all of them together, all the smaller parties, they had more than less than 1. And the history in the Fourth has shown. And I have said that if you look at Cheddar's performance, before the elections, I've heard social media say young people will be talking, they will vote for Cheddar and all that, the way he's young, his messages, and I see it translating to vote to the extent that he's able to defeat Alan. I have said that if you're a young person, you really wanted a party, not any MPP, then Cheddar is the best option for you. Because it's like his message has resonated with some section of the Gen Zs. And if Cheddar should repackage himself very well, reorganize, and get maybe some other key people. Imagine Shatta Wale decided to back Cheddar. You saw the crowd over the weekend.
Indeed.
Imagine Shatta says, I want to back Cheddar. Cheddar says if I come, Shatta will be the minister for tourism and creative arts. You will be surprised the way the young people, see, the generation we have now, they are different from the ones that they look for certain things, they think in certain ways. So if Cheddar, for the first time on the scene, is able to defeat a stalwart like Alan and had 3 times votes than Alan, if there's a young people's party or if there's a party that young people are tilting towards, it is Cheddar. Not NDC and NPP. Not NDC and NPP. It is Cheddar. So if any young person who is looking up to anybody, per this election results, the person will be looking at Cheddar's party. And I think that Cheddar's message, maybe somebody need to review what he said he would do during the campaign, and then do some study about how young people relate to such message. Can you imagine if Cheddar had done a campaign for 4 years before this election? Because Cheddar actually campaigned like almost 6 or 7 months the election. He just was putting out billboards. We don't even know who was on the billboard. We saw masked face and the billboard. Who is this person? Who is that? And by the time they actually made us know that this is the person behind it, it was about 6 months to an election. And now that we know that, oh, that mask was Cheddar, and then he's able to pull these votes and beat a stalwart like Alan, and is able to get that. It tells you that if Cheddar repackages very well, and is able to get certain young people who are not associated with NDC NPP, and they also have crowd pulling mentality, or the ideas will go down with the young people, Cheddar could become the third force in this country, because it could be a party that the younger generation are willing to associate based on the message. And as I said, I don't know whether it's the message that gone down well with them, or his age. Or the study, and somebody to do a study into that. But for the party we are talking about, and that is why the party was even struggle further. Anybody from a party now thinking that they want to ride on in the past is missing the point. The generation that will determine the next election, if you go and do a study of NPP supporters who are between 25 and below, and ask them what they know about UP tradition, not even 10% will be able to tell you what they know about UP tradition. It's a tradition for the party. But those young people that were going to determine the election, most of them have no idea about, because the parties themselves don't preach ideology as part of their messages. They preach, I will give you a job, I will do that. They are not preaching any ideology. So the young people don't understand when we say UP, what really is the ideology. They don't even know. So if you think that riding on UP,
the history of UP,
you may become the CPP. The reason why CPP struggles in election, I always tell people that their messages are not targeted at current generation. They always want to leverage on the glory, the past glories of CPP. Those who enjoy the past glories, many of them are no longer alive. Those who are alive today and determine the vote, they've not felt the impact of that CPP that you are mentioning. So when you say CPP, they only hear a name. And it was Kwame Nkrumah's party. But when Nkrumah was governing and CPP was doing all the things, these people were not, they didn't even benefit from anything. And therefore, the CPP, until it took this message towards the generation to not get it. So I'm saying that even NDC and NPP, if they are smart, they want to study Cheddar's messages. How come Cheddar emerged for the first time? It's able to beat a stalwart like Alan. It means that whatever he was saying during the campaign, probably the messages were resonating with some young people. And if NDC and NPP want to get those young people really to believe them and trust them and come to their side, it means that they need to find out through a certain study how people see Cheddar's message to translate to this vote. And it may help them to actually fashion messages and policies that will be closer to what Cheddar is saying, so that then they will look like they are ready to attract the younger generation. And that is how I am seeing the next 2 elections. In the next 2 elections, all the older people, most of them that know about UP or NPP and NDC, they are really gone. And you know that's why NDC is strong. Do you know why? NDC was not riding on any past glory. NDC was formed in 1992 after PNDC. So the people at that generation could really relate to NDC that they could relate to NPP at that time, because this is a part that was on their agenda. They were not saying that this is a part that, by UP at that time, the NPP was giving history of all the part, which is good. And I'm saying if they really focus on the ideological leanings of the party, the people will begin to understand why UP matters. But the messages they preach to people during campaigns largely have nothing to do with the ideological leanings. And therefore, people cannot relate to what UP stood for, because UP, those days, were traditionally ideological.
Right.
Okay, so if you are not telling them and convince people to understand ideology, they cannot relate to UP. So the fact that you go and pick the name UP does not mean anything. That's why Cheddar will beat Alan. So in the next election, Cheddar even works harder and try to pull some people to his side. If Alan is on the ticket, Cheddar may stretch the figure better because his message resonates with the people. And I think that we should look at these things more from this perspective, especially from the mindset of the Gen Zs who are going to be the majority voters in 2028.
True. Very well. I was going to move on, but just a quick one. Dr. Palgrave, if Alan should anchor the growth of his party strategically in constituencies or regions where his appeal is strongest, will it make any difference?
It won't make any difference. No appeal whatsoever. 0.28%. What was the percentage again?
Yeah, that's it.
0.28%. Oh. Do you know what 0.28% is in the grand scheme of 100%? 0.28%. Oh. 0.28%. Even if we are doing a titration, you know, I did science in school. I didn't continue to do medicine like my doctor did, you know. But if we are doing titration, 0.28% titration. Oh, my brother, let's not go there. It will not make any impact. The UPP is ending up like the CPP. And that is what is going to happen. It won't make any impact. I don't really see the impact that it will make. No, I don't think it will make any impact. I really don't foresee. Do you foresee any impact that it will make? In which constituency? You tell me, name the constituency that you think it will make any impact. 0.28% nationwide election. And I think the analysis that Elvis has made is so succinct. And in retrospect, maybe someone should have advised that the movement should have stopped. You know, when you have a movement, it's a vehicle that is moving. When you decide to stop the vehicle, there's no movement. So I felt that the 2024 general election should have ended that movement and repackaged with a rebuilding of the New Patriotic Party and sits down as a godfather and tell all the followers that, look, guys, as I look at it, I'm 70 years old now. If God even blesses me to be 100 years, I've got like 30 more years. In that 30 years, I feel that you guys need a future in politics. I bless all of you, reconstruct all of you, and give you back to the New Patriotic Party. Because, like I said, a fruit does not fall too far away from its tree, which clearly means that Alan Kojo Kyerematen still holds the ethos of the New Patriotic Party there in his heart. That's why the setting up of his new party is not too far of a departure from what we have believed in and what we know. So it's not too late in the day. Today is Monday, 20th of October. It's not too late in the day. We can just come back and join our party. We are rebuilding our party. Numbers are important. If he asks is 0.28%, you know where I'm going to. Somebody said, if he asks is 0.28%, I'm not even too sure if the Akadaipe it will even reduce anything better. It will be left with 9.8.72%. You understand? But I think that Alan Kyerematen should reconsider this, come join the New Patriotic Party. This is the formidable party that we have.
Right. Doctor, a quick one on the man himself, Alan. This will not be the first time he's leaving the NPP. He's left and come back. Then he left again, formed a movement, later an alliance, sort of, and now a political party. Do you think he still has that appeal to go forward?
Of course. For me, I think that Alan has become a product of, some hatred against him within the MPP, merely because he contested President Kufuor. I recall that some time ago when President Kufuor was choosing a running mate. I'm told that President Kufuor, some people recommended that he chooses the current national chairman of UP Plus, Boniface Abubakar.
Oh, yes.
The reason why he was not allowed to be the running mate, because President Kufuor said the man was close to Alan. Yes. That was why he was rejected. So, for me, I see Alan as a very respectable person. Growing up, some of us heard about him, about his strides. Former ambassador to the US, former minister of trades. Some time ago, he was leading a presidential special initiative under President Kufuor and what have you. He was one of the founding members of the MPP some time ago. I'm told that he has even been a leader of Young Patriotic Forum or something like one of the precursors of the MPP. And so he is somebody that has built a lot of people, young businessmen in the MPP. Except that, there's what you call vicissitudes of life. Some people got some positions because of time, because of their destiny or what have you. For me, I think that Alan has that level of integrity and stature and depth, more than many of the people that the MPP are boasting of presently, who are currently contesting as flag bearer. Except that, like I said, life is like that. But deviating from that topic, about the only party that resonates with young people is the NDC. And my senior brother obviously. Yes, definitely. It's the NDC that has given a lot of opportunities to many young people. The NDC's, appointment presently is made up of 60% of young people.
Indeed.
I can mention Good Board, Lawyer Sameja Mfi, NPA, Lawyer Dojita Maklo, NIA, Yaira Kuku. I can go on and on and on and on. Some of us are sitting here, Kudeta Blackwa, my boss, the Honorable Felix Kwacho Fosu. You understand the point, Beatrice Annan, and what have you. As I sit here, I'm a very young person. But the NDC has appointed me to occupy a big position in government.
Oh, you admit it's big?
Of course. Of course. How many political parties can boast of this opportunity that the NDC gives to young people?
Right.
And so it's reflected in the election in 2024. The young people constitute 62%. Look at the votes we got. Can you honestly tell me that significant portions of the young people did not vote for the NDC? They voted for the NDC because the NDC presented a front that resonated with them. We spoke about job creation. We spoke about bridging the inequality in education. We spoke about human capital development. All these things have something to do with young people.
Right.
You understand the point? And so I believe that going forward, just like we have always intimated, the NDC is the party for young people. And we will put in place every measure to endear young people towards us.
Very well.
And so the NDC is for young people, and we need to put that very clear on this platform.
Very well. Elvis, briefly, if Alan had stayed in the NPP, would this have been the proper Edumiso time?
I think if Alan had stayed in the PEP, this would have been his best opportunity. Yeah. That's me. Even the time I said, no. If you want change, you stay within and effect the change. You don't leave to go and effect change. You go and start something new. In this system, if you study it critically, change from within is more important than you going leaving to go and form another party. And I think that people, I've always said that the decision for him to leave was ill advised. Whoever took that decision, whoever asked him to do that, because I believe that a party is big, okay, and in a party people have their own interests. Alan's problem was that, that's my own view, he had not been able to build constituencies within the party that back him. That is how I felt. Because if you want to be a presidential candidate, we all know that you need to have a certain number of members of parliament.
Yeah.
Because the members of parliament, they deal with the people at the grassroots.
Yeah.
And so they have a certain direct relationship and sometimes even some form of alliance with the people at the grassroots.
Yeah.
So Alan, to me, was unable to build a certain number of parliamentary candidates or parliamentarians around his agenda to become president. So at the time he wants to contest, you realize that he's unable to pull the numbers because the people who will be able to tell the grassroots that I've been working with you here, and I think that Alan will be better, and therefore join me, go and support Alan. He was not able to pull those numbers on his side. And I thought I was thinking that it affected him a lot. Because I believe that if Alan had been able to pull at least 30% of MPP MPs in parliament, and then those MPs decide to work with the people at the grassroots, it would have made Alan stronger than he was in the election. And therefore, I thought that those who might have advised him throughout his political career, especially the presidential ambition, maybe their strategy didn't go well. That's because if their strategy had gone well, by the time Alan after even the Akufo-Addo saga, and he had to concede and said Akufo-Addo and all that. If they had planned within 8 years, Alan should be able to control at least 30 or 40% of members of parliament.
Yeah.
Okay. And by so doing, he knows that he's standing firmly on a certain support base. So you ask yourself, if you're not able to do that, then moving on, in which particular regions can you say Alan really is strong? In which particular regions will you say Alan's strength is here? If you look at NPP's primaries in the last one, 2024, Alan has not won in even any particular region, right? He has not won in any particular region. Ken, who came on, was able to win Central region. Okay? So politics, there are certain things that once you have ambition that you want to become a presidential candidate, you have to look at certain blocks. You must be able to build and control certain blocks within the party. And you know that when you pull those blocks together, you have a certain advantage that obviously puts you in a pole position to contest. But all these things, if you look at Alan throughout, you don't be able to establish this kind of blocks around him. And then when Alan contests and he loses, you hardly hear of Alan until there is another time for contest before you hear of Alan again. So you will see people who have worked with Alan in maybe 2008, by 2012, you will see a lot of them no longer working with Alan.
Yeah.
By 2016, most of them are no longer working with Alan. You can't build a political career when every 4 years, by the time you contest, a lot of people you work in the previous elections are no longer working with you. It shows a sign of some credibility deficit, because people will want to see the same people working with you once you are adding more to it. But when the faces keep changing, people knew that, in 2008, this person worked with Alan. 2012, the person is no longer with Alan. 2016, those who work with him, they have left. They are no longer with him. And 2020, so you realize that even that consistency that you need in terms of those blocks backing you, even your own staff, in terms of campaign staff and all those things, it keeps changing. It doesn't convince the people that you are the right man to lead. Because if you are the right man to lead, they expect that everybody will start working, at least 80 to 90% should stay with you, and then you are adding on more ones. That is where you are building a base. So I have said that he had ambition, and he could have become president of Ghana easily on the ticket of the NPP. But I think the political strategy of how to build blocks that will be pulled together to back his candidature did not, either they didn't work on it deliberately or did not work for him. And I think that is why he struggled in the NPP. And I think that anybody who has ambition to become president should begin to learn some of these things. Look, who said people were willing to contest President Mahama in the NDC, but when they look at the blocks he has built around, when you put the blocks together, you get less than 10%. President Akufo-Addo, people saw the blocks he have built together. If you put things together, you can't get it. So you see, people should learn that if you have the ambition to become president, know that you are not the only person who wants to become president. There are numerous people who want to become president for their party. So if you don't build blocks that will back you, look, the ordinary people can be shouting your name, but you go to every primaries, you lose. Because the decision for you to become president is not for the ordinary people. It is for a certain block within the party. How have you built people within those blocks to make sure that you make the candidate before you go to the general public? So I think that there are a lot of lessons people need to do. I think that maybe some PhD candidate in political science may want to study Alan as how he went about his own political career, and maybe come out with certain lessons for people who want to be. And somebody may want to study Akufo-Addo Mahama and see what worked for them and what didn't work for Alan, so that future presidential aspirants will have scientific basis to be able to learn from these things to apply. I think that it will help our democracy to grow. We shouldn't let this thing just happen and the person faded out and that. Even the smaller parties like Pakwesi Ndum, Nana Akufo-Addo and Co., there should be some study. If you want a third force, maybe lessons from them based on studies could inform people what mistakes they made, and it could actually propel a new party or a younger party to do things better and may get a better result.
Very well. Let me take a few quick messages. This one says, good morning, Nana. The electoral achievement of third parties in this era has been consistently abysmal and has not produced a significant third force in national politics. The United Party Plus is no different. Big ups to Mr. Elvis. This is from Mr. Abel. I'm not sure who's advising Alan Kyerematen, but I think he'd benefit from trusting his own judgment. He's a capable individual and should avoid letting his ego dictate his decisions. Amino from Nsawam sent that. Very well. Let's now go to the courts. The former CJ, I beg your pardon, is at it again. She has filed a suit to block Justice Paul Bafo-Boni's vetting as a Chief Justice. Doc, I mean, when you saw this, or when you read this story or heard about this, what came to mind?
We are testing our law. That's all that came to mind.
And it's good to test the law.
I was like, we are testing our law. And I can clearly see that former Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu is actively working. I mean, she's in her library, in her private office, working very hard to keep her name in the news. I don't know. It's a democracy. It's an environment where people can continually exercise their democratic rights, and this is one of those. Any other Ghanaian citizen could have even done that in terms of halting the vetting process. We need to see how this will travel. What issues is she raising? And why is she asking for the halting of it? But she definitely is on a mission. And I'm not too sure what that mission is. But we'll wish her the best.
Right. Dr. Ayer, your thoughts on this?
For me, I'm happy. Just like my brother, Dr. Paul Griff said, that the former Chief Justice, or the removed Chief Justice, has taken the matter to court once more to have the decision overturned. Nobody can prevent her, nobody can stop her from asserting her rights. Except that for me, this move is unfortunate.
You think so?
Yes, it is arbitrary. It is, it veers into lawlessness and capriciousness, because what the removed Chief Justice is asking the court to do, or is asking the High Court to do, is to have a review on a 5-member committee of Article 146, headed by 2 Supreme Court judges. That is what the removed Chief Justice is asking the court to do. And I don't think that it is fair. I don't think that it is lawful. And even though she has the right in that forum to, test the law, but I think that it, like I said, veers into arbitrariness. Because what happens is that Article 146 is straight. That when a petition against the Chief Justice comes, the President will meet the Council of State. They will decide on a prima facie whether there is a case for the Chief Justice to answer.
Right.
The Chief Justice wrote a letter to the President asking for copies of the petition. Is that not it? She asked for 7 days. The President gave her 10 days. She asked for water, the President gave her wine. You asked for 7 days, the President gave you 10 days. Subsequent to that, a prima facie case was determined. A 5-member committee, including 2 Supreme Court judges, your own colleagues you work with at the Supreme Court, sat on the matter. Recommendations were given that you should be removed. The President signs a warrant in that regard for your removal. On what basis do you expect a High Court, a High Court, 2 steps below the Supreme Court, to appeal this matter?
This 146 committee, does it sit with the powers of a Supreme Court or a High Court?
The point is that it is a constitutional committee,
right,
made up of 2 Supreme Court judges. In fact, what she is asking for is for the High Court to review the matter. When they are reviewing the matter, what it means is that they will go into the merits
Because she's seeking to nullify all actions
Yes.
of the committee.
Meanwhile, the Constitution says that any issue surrounding the removal of a Superior Court judge or the Supreme Court should be done in camera. High Court sittings are not in camera. It means that it defeats the very essence of Article 146 that says that the situation should happen in camera. Again, when a suit like that is filed, the Attorney General must be present to file affidavit in opposition to it. How will the Attorney General file affidavit in opposition? It means that he will go and pick the report or the content of it in open court. That defines
146.
146. And that's why I'm saying that it is lawless. And I don't expect the Chief Justice to go in downtown, even though I agree that her rights must be protected. Indeed, I'm one of the very few people that think that the emoluments and the salaries of the Chief Justice, we can temper justice with mercy and grant her that. But the way and manner things are going, I believe that that sympathy that I had for her, I'm beginning to lose that sympathy for her. Because it does appear that even in the face of laws that guide processes of this nature, the Chief Justice wants to bring, ridiculousness into the matter.
You think so?
Oh, of course. The laws are clear. They are clear. They are clear. Because what happens is that when a petition of this nature comes, it is in the interest of the state or the constitution to protect the integrity of the courts. There's a reason why the matter is done in camera.
Right.
It means that we don't expect to see some things that should be kept in secret in the open public. When the High Court is sitting, as I sit here, I'm not a lawyer, neither am I a judge, but I can go and sit down and listen to it. Do you really think that matters of this nature must be discussed in the High Court or an open court? Forget about the fact that this matter is a committee of Article 146 made up of 2 Supreme Court judges. Forget about it. Do you think that the content of the petition, the procedure, the way and manner the proceedings went, should be discussed in open court? So I completely disagree with it. And I don't see anywhere. I've heard a lot of conversations from seasoned lawyers on many platforms. I don't think that there's any law that allows an appeal of this nature to be done at the High Court or whatever. So for me, I don't think that it must be encouraged. I think that it must end at a point in time. A warrant has been signed. Your own colleagues, 2 members of your Supreme Court, has sat on your matter and they have determined that there's a cause for you to be removed. How long do you want to stretch this matter? You understand the point? So I don't think it's fair, and this is just a complete waste of everybody's time, and we must not entertain that.
Right. Elvis, your thoughts on the former CJ's new suit? She's seeking the court to nullify the actions of the Puaman Committee and as well nullify the warrant from the president.
As I've said, personally, I've said it over and over. None of the issues that have been used to remove a warrant a removal of a CJ. And therefore, for me, I think a removal is unfair. And as I've said, it's the first time it's happening in our history.
Yeah.
So it's a good opportunity for us to test all our laws regarding this matter. So that whatever pronouncements that come out there becomes the guiding principle in the future. So for me, as I said, I always encourage her to file as many processes as she can. At least it will bring more clarity to some of these issues. We ran a constitution, we all know that we say we're doing a hybrid constitution, and there are so many things in it that many legal experts have pointed out that needs to be reviewed. She's doing this thing at the time that the Constitutional Review Commission is also working. So I'm very sure that they also take notice of a lot of the things he's filing, the issues he's raising, and whatever the court will say about it, so that when we are going to do the review, it will also inform the kind of review we do in that aspect of the Constitution to make issues more clearer for everybody. So that when it happens tomorrow, we can say it is in black and white here, and therefore there's no need for any court case. So for me, I will only continue to urge her that whatever she thinks she needs to file, she should file. So that whatever the courts decide that should be the direction becomes the position of the law. So that if in the future a CJ faces a similar situation, there can be a lot of references to what has happened to Tokonu and what the courts have said and which ones the Supreme Courts have pronounced on that have become law. And then it will be applied accordingly. So for me, I think that so long as she has the capacity and the financial resources to be able to file and challenge, it should continue to file and challenge. So that one day, when it happens again, all the references will be going to Tokonu filed, and this is Tokonu versus the state, and this is the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, and this is what stands, and this becomes the law. It will make things better for all of us in the future. So for me, I think that I stand my position. She should continue to file. Her removal was unfair. The issues used to remove her, none of them, in my opinion, merit removal of a CJ, a head of an arm of government to be removed based on such flimsy issues. I have always said that they do not merit the removal of a CJ. So to me, she must continue the fight as long as she can, because they will become the guiding principle for the country into the future, which is good for all of us.
Right. A few messages on that issue. This one says, good morning, I am Eben from Kwabinya, but I'm CJ Tokonu. Why wasting much of your time? Okay, why wasting much of your time like that? The CJ position is not a family property, so focus ahead on other things, because you would not return, period. And you are sending greetings to the Vice President, Professor Nana Opoku Ajiman, the TDC boss, Honorable Courage Makafui Nunepeku, and the Honorable Akwesi Mensah of PSC Tema Shipyard. Okay. This one says, erosion of judicial independence. The most immediate and critical consequence is the weakening of the judiciary's perceived independence. The judiciary is intended to be a check on the executive and legislature. If the head of this branch can be removed based on grounds that appear to be politically motivated or through a process easily manipulated by the ruling party, it suggests the judiciary is vulnerable to partisan pressure. This erodes public and international confidence that the courts can deliver impartial justice, especially in politically sensitive cases. All right, Abel sent that one in. Tomla from Mankranso says, wow, Ghana is now in safe, selfless, and competent hands. Single-digit inflation, exchange rate, commodity prices are down. No corruption scandals. Galamsey is being fought honestly. No more party hieska. Gold reserves are high. There's general satisfaction amongst Ghanaians and businesses. Okay, and business confidence is very great. May God bless John and Jane government and the NDC. All right, you can also send in your messages. We'll do our best to read them out on TV. This is Breakfast Daily live on Channel 1 Television. We'll take a quick break here. Stay with us. When we come back, we continue with the conversations.
Fresh, no trick, no plastic seal, but it's still pure. Cool and clean, you can be sure. Verna leads the brighter way. What takes my doubt away? If it clicks, it's Verna. If it clicks, it's clean. Sip it, feel the difference. Verna water, pure and green. Click, open, sip. Click, open, sip. Chalet Verna, no stress, just sip. just sit.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswati. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go be the luckiest. Copy from to Jeb be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
God, Kwame!
Senya, God, the apple boom. If you put it to here, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Freshness redefined with Franco refrigerators. Imagine a refrigerator that keeps your food fresher and longer. Enjoy advanced features like the multi-air flow technology for optimal cooling, the smart humidity control for moisture levels, the fast freeze function for rapid cooling, and the energy efficient control for reduced power consumption. We have the double-decker freezers in different types. We also have the chest freezers in different types. We have the tabletop freezers. Get yourself a refrigerator from Franco and you will never regret. For online purchasing, just visit our website at www.francotrading.com. Call the numbers on the screen for bulk purchasing and any assistance. Franco Refrigerators, freshness redefined.
Welcome back. Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 Television. Let's remind you that we're in the month of October. It is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And so get tested. Go get checked, all right? Both male and female. It's important that you know your status regarding breast cancer. Early detection leads to prevention. So go get checked, all right? Quite important. Now, October is also Cyber Security Awareness Month. And so we're rolling out a series here on television dubbed A Safer You, where we're engaging some analysts, some experts within the space to keep you informed on how to navigate the cyberspace safely, if you like. So stay with us here on Channel 1 Television as we roll out this series throughout the entire month of October. We're having the news review segment. We have dealt with the issue of, if you like, a judicial review, an application filed by the former Chief Justice. We've dealt with the issue of the formation of a new party by Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen. Let's do education now, because schools have reopened. Over 500,000 first-year students have reported or are still reporting to senior high schools across the country. The GES is asking that parents get involved in the academic journey of their children. I think it's a good call. It's quite important. We shouldn't treat our children going to school as, if you like, good riddance, going to dump them in the schools and forgetting about them. I recall myself, I don't think anyone ever visited me when I went to school. But I mean, let's congratulate these students and welcome them to school. And then, of course, what your thoughts are about even the system itself and how these students should conduct themselves in schools. Doc, I'll start with you.
Education is key. And obviously, yes, we congratulate all these young people. 500,000, you said. It's almost like the similar number of people that come into the labor market. So 500,000 in, 500,000 out. And so we congratulate them. I think that school is a very good opportunity for you to be transformed and reformed and for you to acquire extra knowledge. I always tell my students, because you're where I teach at UPSA, I always tell my students that your parents have brought you here so you can be transformed, so that you can become a better citizen. But also remember that you should take your studies very seriously. And you know, it was last week when the minister was talking about grading of schools and trying to move some B schools to A schools and some C schools to B schools. And you can be a very good student even if you are in a grade C school. And you can outperform some of the people in grade A schools. And so take your schooling very seriously, obey your laws and your rules, your housemaster, try and be a good student. Don't break bounds, don't go out late, don't go to nightclubs and do things that would bring you trouble in the future. If you see any of us and any of us are models for you, it's clearly because we took our studies very seriously. And peer pressure comes in every now and then. And so make sure that the best of the peer pressure that you can have is for you to be able to take your studies seriously. Let someone impact you positively by studying. So that you are studying more extra hours and spending more time studying. And that would be my advice to the students that are going to school, and make sure that you stay away from smoking and drinking, because that's very important.
So, Elvis, the PTA has been fully restored. For these first-year students, how important is it that their parents are involved in the academic journey?
When the PTA are fully restored, I don't know. What do you mean?
You know, I mean, the previous administration removed the teachers from the PTA. So it was a parents association.
Yes.
And now it's gone back to the old system where now you have a parent-teacher
But when you go to the PTA, during the 3 years, my nephews were in secondary. When you go to the teachers, the same teachers you deal with when you go to the PTA. We were going to PTA, they were calling for PTA every now and then. So when they say PTA is full, I didn't really get what they meant. Because when you go to the school to PTA, it's not like parents alone go to sit down and say this is how the school to be run. The parents sit down, the teachers sit down, the school head sits down, and the school tells you the problems of the school, and then they ask the parents how you can help. I don't know, maybe that's by the removal, but in that type of process on the ground, I don't think our teachers were removed. Because how can parents go and sit in the school and say, our parents associate, we have come here, we have come to with our children? It never happened. You go there, the teachers are there, the school management people are there. They are the ones who are telling you what the challenges of the school is and how you parents can help. Maybe just by the on paper removing it, but in practice, it was the same process. So when people say they are removed, I didn't really get what it was. Always I get confused. But as you ask, maybe it's because by order on paper. But in reality is that you go there and you go and sit there, and the teachers who are telling you everything, the executives are sitting with the teachers, and the teachers are the ones telling you the problems, and you come up with ideas how to help. You understand it? It's good we talk about the PTA. It's very good because when you put your child in school and you a parent don't really pay attention, a lot of things can happen. And you see, I always say that children spend more time with teachers than the parents. Even in your home. When you wake up in the morning, even if they are not in secondary school, you wake up by 8, you send the children to school. You're also going to work. They may come home about 4. You come back from work. 2 hours and they are asleep. So in natural fact, terms of interactivity, children are spending more time with teachers. So teachers are able to even to study your child better and are able to determine where your child is good at and where he has challenges. So when you have a very good relationship between teachers and students, it helps you to be able to identify the actual needs of your child, where you need to support so that your child can beef up performance. So it is something that even if there's no official anything, you, the parent who cares about your child, should always have some interaction with teachers who handle your children. It's very important because, as you said, many people go down their children, and unless they say there's vacation, say, oh, I've sent you some transport, come home. and it's been like that. I understand some parents truly is that the money issues to even take transportation is a problem. For me, the most important thing I want to say this morning is that President Kufuor started something called upgrading of schools. Okay? I think we built enough secondary schools in this country. Sadly, many of the schools are in situations that you don't want to send your children there. You go to the school, facilities are not there. Teaching and learning materials are problems. At the end of the WASSCE, maybe only 5% of the students are able to make the A to C grade. The rest all have to go and do resit. So if I'm a parent and I really care about my child, I will never want my child to go to that school. It's about time, I think, we revisit that policy of President Kufuor. That instead of us building more schools around, and they will all come to the same problem, why don't we rather resource the existing schools and lift them up? Lifting them up is not about on paper that have promoted you from grade C to grade B. It's about providing the resources, the teaching material. The teacher should be there. If you listen to Africa Education Watch, they tell you that there are so many schools that don't even have teachers at the basic level.
Right.
So how would children from those schools make any better grade to go to secondary school? And then the child gets a grade 40, they say, oh, the child's grade is so bad that he can't get pre-sec, he can't get Eburi girls. He has to go to another deplorable secondary school. So you are actually killing the child's ability to become somebody in the future. Not because the child is not good, but because the child has been to schools where teaching and learning has been at the lowest level.
Right.
But it appears we are not really much about it. And that is why I've always supported the cause that we have paid so much attention to secondary school, even though a lot of them are still in deplorable state. State must make massive investment at the basic level. Because see, all research will tell you that the first 6 years of a child in school, so important. If the child misses the ability to pick up at that time, it's difficult for many of the children to pick up along the way. So if our basic schools are in situations where the children go there and the conditions are such that they can't just be taught any meaningful thing, and then they finish GSS, so because you have a grade 40, you don't deserve any category A school, go to a low school, you are killing that child. Children who have those grades are the ones who should be going to the best secondary schools, because they need a lot of work for them to catch up. But because we all know that the schools that we want to send them to are not good, we send those ones rather there. And then we think that those who have the 6, 7, and 8 should go to the best school. So in actual fact, education in this country is creating a big divide. And as the President Kufuor policy of saying that instead of building schools, why don't you upgrade, elevate, provide more infrastructure, the teaching and learning materials for the schools, so that when the child gets there, the child will not be interested, I'm going to pre-sec. The child goes to a school in his community, and every teaching and learning material in pre-sec is available in that school, in that community. But when we build the schools all around, and you do an assessment, you realize that almost half of the secondary schools you have in Ghana, really, if you look at their pass rate at the end of every WASSCE, as a parent who want the best for your child, you will not send the child there. Then you'll be doing everything possible to get your child to the infantipims, the disadults, the prempers, the Eburi girls, the holy. Because it's not because of the name. It's because you know that with the teaching and learning materials and the kind of teachers they have, if they go there, there are chances of making the grade A to C, which is the cutoff point for admission to tertiary level. Your child could make it if he goes to those schools. It's not because of the name. It's because you want your child to come out with pass mark. Because it's so frustrating when your child finishes secondary school and comes home and says, the results can say it's failed maths and science. And the system says because the child has failed maths, science, or English, he can't proceed to the next level of education. And now for the next 2 years, the child is home with you and is now looking for remedial classes to rewrite and try to pass. And you, the parent yourself, become so frustrated, the child becomes frustrated. Why are we not seeing all this frustration in the system and taking a decision that maybe in the next 8 years or 10 years, we are putting in place a master program to upgrade all secondary schools in this country? Once we are also investing heavily in the basic level, I think that if we don't do that, this rate of failure will continue. If you look, I always look at the WASSCE results. Nana, it's so pathetic that you can get as much as almost 200,000 graduates from secondary school who could not make the A to C, especially the English math science. And therefore, all of them have to go and do rewrite before they can further their education. Almost 200,000. Last year's result was about 460,000 who took their result, took the exam. About 180,000 fell within the category of not making it to the next level. Somebody has 6 A's but fails maths or science, and they say because you didn't pass science or maths, you can't move to the next level. I think that our educational reforms need something else. What we have done now, many young, brilliant people on the street, not because they are not intelligent, but because he failed maths, he failed science, he failed English, and though he's made A in maybe 4 or 5 subjects, which show that the child may be good in A or B.
Exactly.
And if that child is encouraged to go and do that, the child will excel. We say you can't continue because you didn't get A to C in maths, English, or science. I think that, look, this system we have created has become too much of a frustration for everybody in this country. And I'm saying that as a nation, it's about time we sit down and say this thing can't continue. We must do something about it because we are destroying the future of a lot of young people by telling them that you didn't get or you didn't pass your science or English, or so you can't continue. And the child now resort to all kinds of manner of things. And I think that God has given everybody a talent. Everybody has a talent. Our educational system should be focused on if Elvis is good at high jump or is good at history. If I fail my maths again, I can pass history. Let me go to the tertiary and go and do history. You don't know what I can do with that because that is my talent. That's what God has given me. The school system is to identify my talent, help me refine it and make use of it. But now the school system kills your talent because you are not being able to pass maths. Maybe you are the best science student, had A in all your 3 science subjects, and then you fail maths. Even core maths. Sometimes you may even pass the elective maths, and you fail the core maths. And they say you can't progress with your education. I think that this stress we have put on ourselves for over 30 years now, it's about time. Look, I can tell you a lot of people who are frustrated saying they have money. They actually are doing O and GCE and O levels now in the system. Many people have chosen that they actually should do GCE and O level because they think that the WASSCE system we have put in place is just a total frustration. And you are making children to go and write 9, 10, 12 subjects in an examination. What do you need all those subjects for? What do we need them for? That's why I commend the current administration. The law school, they are only going to examine you in the practical subjects. The rest, it doesn't matter. You are going to go to court to deliver practically. And theoretical subjects have been used to fail law students so many times. And the new proposal that comes and say, we are only going to examine you. I think it's about time we look at the education and say, look, we cannot be frustrating people in this manner.
Right.
We are tired of the frustration. Something must be done. The system is so frustrating. Let's do something. Let's upgrade the school. Look. It's not in this NPPU. Let's sit down and say our system education has been frustrating. Can we do a complete... Look, there are so many secondary schools. I tell you, there are so many secondary schools. They didn't have boarding facilities, but students will not go. Because when they look at the pass rate, every year when the students pass, only about 5% are able to make the A to C. So why will I go send my child to that school to come out and I is struggling 2-3 years to write remedials to pass the subject? If I force and send the child to the category A school, the best one, I'm sure that the A to C, the child is likely to make it. So I will do that investment and send the child. So why don't we upgrade the schools, put the resources out there? We can make it, please. It's so frustrating. Let's do something about it.
Very well. Dr. Ayen.
Yes, I think I agree with my senior Elvis in almost everything he said. How we can build our basic education. It is important that we note that the budgetary allocation we made for basic education was 7 billion. Ghana cedi, the highest ever. And it is important that we also note that this year alone we allocated 564 million in textbooks for basic schools. In the last 10 years, the highest has been 100 million. This year we have done 564 million. And I think that it is a very important and significant improvement that we have done, or we have had for the first year of a new government. I agree with GES that parents, benefactors and guardians must take a keen interest in how our brothers and sisters in the secondary schools fare. I think that it is good. It is a good call. You see, these are young people. These are impressionable people. Many of them getting to the boarding house is the first time they are interacting and getting to know a lot of things from other people. All of us grew from different backgrounds. Some are from rich homes, some are from average homes, some are from middle class homes, some are from poor homes. But because of the fact that all of them are under free SHS, for example, let me use free SHS for example, they come from different walks of life. And so they will have to learn a lot of things from other people. There are rich kids that will learn some habits from poor kids or middle class kids. There are middle class or poor kids that will also learn from rich people. When I went to secondary school, you understand, I went to Pokuwari School in Kumasi.
Oh, okay, was?
Yes. You could see that there were a lot of people who could not handle the new environment that they were in. Peer pressure got a lot of people to do what their parents didn't teach them. You understand the point I'm making? And so we had kids whose parents came there almost every weekend. They come around, they bring them food, they talk to them, they ask them how things are going. It will surprise you to know that these kids actually ended up well because they know that at the end of the day, their parents will come there on Saturday or Sunday to check on them to know how they are doing. Such a kid will not sit down to deteriorate in his academics because at the end of the day, you know that on Saturday or Sunday, the father or mother will come. Not only the visitation, supports, extra classes, provision of books, financial support and what have you. Of course, it is free education. Even though since we came, we are doing a lot of things. We have invested about 3.5 billion for the first time ever, the highest ever, in free SHS. Of course, there is improvement in their feeding and what have you. But you can't tell me that, you know, they will, I mean, that is enough. Parents need to come around to also give them, even if it's not financial support, emotional, psychological support. Some small money that will be given to them so that they can have a sense of belonging. That there's somebody somewhere thinking about them, looking at, after them, having prospects that they will do well. And so we, parents and guardians and benefactors, must not, as a matter of fact, leave these children to themselves. They must not be allowed or be left to throw their hands in this way. Because secondary school is no man's land sometimes. Me, for the first time, when I went to boarding school, because I've always been in the house. When I went to boarding school, it wasn't easy for me. You understand the point? Waking up early in the morning, 5:30, the bells are waking you up, going to do housework and what have you. You understand the point? There's a completely new environment. These young people need that level of emotional support and care from family and friends. And I believe that the advice from GAS is a good one, is a good call, is a step in the right direction, and I completely side and agree with them.
On educational reviews and reforms, because these are over 590,000, almost 600,000. They are all going to depend on existing infrastructure. It places such a huge burden.
Of course, and that is why, since, for I from opposition, His Excellency the President promised that within a matter of a short while, massive infrastructure development will happen in our various secondary schools. And I believe that it is currently ongoing. This year, the processes have been quite seamless. We've not had some difficulty that we used to hear in many years ago. Of course, you would admit that there are some isolated cases where parents have to struggle and become stranded to change postings for their kids and what have you. It is normal. Everywhere you go, these are systemic challenges that we face. Necessary measures must be put in place in order to curb these issues. But at the core of this whole thing is decisive leadership and initiatives to put in place the necessary steps to bridge some of these issues. As for construction, you can trust this government that putting in place structures, classroom blocks, dormitory blocks, to avert the situation of, congestion and overcrowding, it will be soft. It's a process. It is not an event. It will take a while, but you can trust this regime that will put in place measures to avert a situation like that.
Very well. Doc, final words.
Well, I think that the National Union of Ghana Students have had an election. I've been following very keenly. I had an interest in there. I had a young man that we've been mentoring, Agrippa. He came short of a few votes. He lost the election, but I just want to use this opportunity to congratulate him and tell him that he should give his support to Rashid, who won the election. And Rashid should also bring Agrippa into the leadership so that we can continually have a formidable student body and a student front. So, just to congratulate him.
Obvious.
Okay. I'll use myself as an example for secondary education.
Right.
I've never been to boarding school in my life.
Okay.
Because my parents couldn't afford.
Yeah.
I went to this school in my village, Parliament Dugan. I thought I went to a village school.
What's the name?
Parliament Dugan. It's in Sabda constituency.
Oh, okay.
I thought I was not privileged.
Is it after Boso?
Yes, there, Boso.
Okay.
Are you from there?
Boso.
See this man. My neighbor. After the
we go do.
And then I said, okay, where will I go to school? My father is in Ashama. Boarding school I can't afford. I want to choose day school. The only school in Ashama was Ashama Secondary School. This is a new school established by Rawlings. 87, 89 educational reforms.
Yeah.
I went to school in 1993. Nana, sometimes even sit in the classroom was not available. Some of us will have to. Some people were sitting on blocks. Okay. My grade from Stanford was worse than what I had in JSS. Why? Because at that time, the school is just new. There's virtually nothing.
Yeah.
We struggled to go to that school. I came to GIJ. Now I have access to the same facilities people from all the best schools are having. I was able to compete with them fairly. This is where I'm talking about infrastructure. Ashama Secondary School, as I said, was starts day school. The population of Ashama is 208,000 according to the 2021 population housing census. And a population of over 200,000, there is only one secondary school. And even the secondary school doesn't have infrastructure. It's only recently that they added some old students built some, they get finance of built one hostel for girls.
Okay.
And the school serving that entire population over 200,000. How can the school deliver quality education that will match PRESEC or infantryman if they lack the infrastructure? Meanwhile, if any government is being smart, like the Rawlings was, because you realize that Tema had secondary school, but the population of Ashama far outweighs Tema.
Yeah.
So he decided to site that secondary school in Ashama. If we were doing statistical analysis and looking at Ashama's population, which is about population of about 4 or 5 constituencies put together, but Ashama is still one constituency. It needs to be divided anyway. It's still one constituency as we speak. If you want to take care of children from that community, that's why I said, even if we were to be building day schools, some of these things should guide us. If the school has the quality in terms of infrastructure, teaching and learning materials. And the teachers, no parent in Ashama will want to send a child to Kumasi.
No.
When they say PTA, you're looking at transportation. So if we look at Ashama Census, we say, this is 200 and something thousand. If we upgrade facility and provide more, and people can trust the school and say, this school can make it, almost everybody in the area will send their children to that school.
Yeah.
But because when the parents go there, they look at the school, infrastructure is a problem. Almost everything about the school is a problem. So those who are making it are actually doing well. At the end of the day, I'm here and I'm a product of Ashama Secondary School. Who said that and I said I did JSS in a village.
Yeah.
So assuming that we upgrade that school to the level of PRESEC with infrastructure, every child looking at every student to Ashama Secondary School, if he's able to get to that level, and now the school even has better facilities, they will not be struggling to force that their children should go to Adisadel and co. Yeah. And that's why I'm emphasizing that if we are able to look at statistics and do some of these things very well, the pressure on placement will reduce. The entire pressure on placement is that the school gives the parent, the parent travel to the school and say, I can also my child to this school. Everything the school doesn't work well. So they let me come and force and beg PRESEC or go and see some big man or woman and say, please, can you find admission for my child at Adisade or Buriga? Because those places, when they go and they look at the infrastructure, they look at the facilities, they trust that the children will get better education from there. Yeah. But if we have a big school, Ashama Secondary School is expanded big and made a very big school, I'm telling you that nobody in Ashama will want to be spending money to send a child to Cape Coast or Kumasi. Because why would I be traveling to Cape Coast maybe every 3 months for PTA or Kumasi for PTA? When if the best school, a good school is with me, I'll send my child there. Even Tema Secondary School, which used to be a very good school, if you go to Tema Secondary School, all the facilities are deteriorating and we are not investing to improve them. And I think that it's about time we take the infrastructure, teaching and learning materials for all schools very seriously. I invite all of you to Ashama Secondary School 35th anniversary. It's on this. It's on the 15th of November. Ashasek will be the first day. The teacher asked me, "Which school did you attend?" Nasha Sama Secondary School. The whole class was on the ground. They were laughing at me. They said I didn't know my school. That I went to my secondary school. After that, they didn't even know that.
Know of it.
The school has been existing for about 10 years at that time. They were laughing at me. There's no secondary school. Who told you? The teacher was shocked. The students were shocked. This is the situation. Let's improve schools. Get on, I'm begging you, come and build more infrastructure for Ashama Secondary School.
But I think that we should congratulate Elvis.
Because
all the way from Ashama, you see where he is.
From a village, my village to Ashama.
All the way from a village
school.
So let's commend him. Today he's on national television.
So if
he owns the news center.
More people can also
let's commend him. He's an icon.
Is it development? Like the assembly should look at the strategic importance of that school under their jurisdiction. That the entire municipality of over 200,000. There's only one secondary school. So why don't assembly look at if we improve infrastructure here, then this thing should be going to Get Farm office every day to lobby for expansion.
Very well, thank you. We'll have to leave it here. But you have a quick one.
Let me also congratulate Rashid Ibrahim.
Okay, Nooks.
Nooks president-elect. He's a young man who also has the same history as my brother Elvis here. He comes from very far. He's done well. He was called to the bar just about a week or 2 weeks ago, all the way from the Bono region. He's come so far. I think that he will do well. I want to use this platform to encourage him, congratulate him, let him know that we are always there to support whatever he does. Let him serve the young people and young students of this country. At the end of the day, his name will be in the good books.
Very well. So congratulations to him. We have a few quick birthday messages to share. This one says, happy birthday to our dear daughter, Audrey Inshira Andor. May Jehovah Almighty bless your new age. 7 and sweet. Audrey is a treat. We love you from your dad and mom, Mr. and Dr. Mrs. Andor, your siblings Phoebe, Charlie, and Michelle Andor. And they end by saying, we love you. There's a final one here. This one is from, it says, more blessings and favor in the years ahead to you. Happy birthday, Dr. Kunedu Jani, founder of Ghana Thyroid Foundation, from Prince Badasu A2T Media. And it says he's wishing you all the best. This has been the News Review segment. Stay with us. Breakfast Daily continues after this.
The National Petroleum Authority hereby cautions persons engaged in illicit storage and trading of petroleum products to comply with the regulatory requirements to operate in the downstream petroleum industry. The NPA Act clearly stipulates that no individual shall engage in any commercial activity related to the importation, exportation, re-exportation, shipment, transportation, processing, refining, storage, distribution, marketing, or sale of petroleum products in the downstream industry without first obtaining a license from the NPA board. Failure to secure the necessary license and properly regularize operations will result in confiscation of petroleum products, prosecution under the law, and decommissioning of facility. For more information, contact the National Petroleum Authority on 0302 550 380. You can also visit our head office located at Jolu, off the N1 highway, or any of our regional offices.
are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame? As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswati. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late?
Of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Me and you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Senya, God the apple boom. If you put it toye, so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
This is Afro Quality. It's not just a store. It's a new way to think about African retail. For centuries, Africa's artisans have created. But too often, their reach stopped at the border. Today, it is easier to bring goods from anywhere in the world and sell them in Africa than it is to make something in one African country and sell it in another. Afro Quality exists to change that. We are a retailer dedicated to African brands. A platform where makers scale beyond their home country. A bridge connecting cultures, markets, and communities across Africa. And behind it all, technology. Efficient, modern, seamless. Afro Quality is built to carry African creativity further with the speed and clarity of today's digital world. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, but youth is not an advantage without jobs. Jobs come when makers can sell, when industries can scale, when creativity is turned into commerce. Afro Quality is how we create those jobs, with a network of retail stores in different countries for African brands, making it easier for customers to buy African, and turning every purchase into an act of progress. This is not just retail, it is system change. It is possibility turned into reality. This is Afro Quality.
The alumni of Sweet Root Secondary School, SWESCO, invites you to the annual All-Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance. Relive the memories, reconnect with friends. The Old SWESCOnians Annual Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance is here. Join us on November 1st at 5 p.m. at the beautiful Channel 1 TV Gardens in Tesano. For just 500 Ghana cedis per head, enjoy an evening of dinner, music, and nostalgia. Don't miss the reunion of the year. The Old SWESCOnians Annual All-Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance is on the 1st of November 2025 at 5 p.m. at the Channel 1 TV Gardens. Contact your year group or chapter president and get your tickets. Sepulchrum Optimus, always with the best. This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the A4 Sutherland Children's Park and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM.
Good morning, everyone. You are welcome to Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. And if you're just joining us, we'd like to remind you that the show actually started at 7 o'clock with Nana Tupou-Boateng taking us to the political side of things. But now we are bringing you, some lightness, even though it's serious right here. My name is Chris Carter. And of course, you're wondering, where is Jude? But yeah, Jude is in his bed somewhere. And guess what? Philip is back.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, Philip.
I'm also doing good.
Philip, I miss you.
I missed you too, actually. But Jude was actually doing good.
And guess what? The first day that Jude came, there was actually a round of applause from everybody here.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Everybody behind the camera was clapping for
Oh, Jude
So I think we also need to reciprocate that Philip is back. Let's give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Philip, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Chris. It's been an interesting one. We'll talk about that later on the show.
Yes, we'll talk about that later
on. We have a lot for you on the show. It's from down to 11 a.m. where we say bye-bye to you. But are you preparing yourself yet for the Northern Business Fair? If yes, it's happening 25th, 26th of October 2025. It's not far from now. So please call the number 0205-973-973 now so you can do your registration. It's for you out there. In the northern part of the country. You are taking everything out of Accra from the Ashanti region as well and bringing it to you in the northern region, so that in the northern part of the country, so that at least you can also get the feeling of what we did here in the greater Accra region. That was This is Ghana exhibition. So certainly you would want to register now so that you get yourself ready for 25th and 26th of October 2025.
All right, and the Channel 1 News app is actually live. All you need to do is head to the Google Play Store if you're an Android user, and then you can download the Channel 1 News app. And I think this is the best thing that ever happened for us here in Channel 1 and for you, our viewers, because there are so many people that love Channel 1 so much, but are probably travelers, are not stable, they're moving around, and some of them don't have sedentary jobs. They have to literally move around and travel around. So they want to stay updated with everything happening in Ghana. And of course, trusting us, Channel 1, to always give you that, we have come up with this app to make it easier for you to get access with everything that we put out there, even our events, each and everything that we put out there, right in the comfort of your palms. So if you have a phone, a tablet, and it's an Android device, head to Google Play Store right now and then download that. And voila, that is easy peasy for each and every one.
Very important. So you would have to get the app on your phone. But let's move back a bit with the fair. We have the Northern Business Fair, and we have AgriFair. AgriFair, like you say, AgriFair back in Kofu, and certainly a lot of people will be coming to AgriFair this year. We've already done one, and the next one is in the month of November. So you can see on the screen, the November edition of AgriFair is going to happen 28th to 30th of November 2025. The same thing we are asking you to do is to make sure that you register and you come there, and it's just going to be an interesting one happening at the Ifwa Sunderland Children's Park here in Accra, the very place we had the first one, and you would get everything you want. Everything you want. I remember very well the first one we did, some of the companies actually, or the vendors had their produce sold the very first day, and were asking themselves how they were going to get more for the subsequent days. So that tells you the number of people that will really come there and buy. So 0558 973 973 is the registration number you can call now and make sure that you are part of it. Get involved. Come and buy. Shop for your December festive season. That is Christmas. So you'd want to come to AgriFair and buy everything from chicken to the what's the name? The fresh produce you want to buy, the rice you want to buy, everything you want to buy for Christmas. So come to AgriFair 2025, the November edition, happening 28th to 30th of November, and get everything there.
Right. And remember that we are still in the Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So if you're a lady or you're a woman or you have women in your families, even the men are actually advised to go out there and go check themselves. If you cannot do a self-test by yourself or a self-examination by yourself, just go to the hospital. I think there are, this time around, especially this one, there are a lot of hospitals doing free screening, and some are doing, you know, discounts when it comes to mammograms and ultrasounds. So just make use of this opportunity and save your breasts. It's not just about thinking about other things. It's time to also think about your breast health. And also, it's Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And of course, you know, throughout this month, we have been giving out tips that can help you on the cyberspace. Everybody's using the internet. Everybody has a smartphone. Everybody's on the computer. Everybody's shopping, doing something online. So that's why we are actually putting this out there to protect each and every one of you, and also give you tips on how to be safe on the internet or on the cyberspace. Talking about the cyberspace, we have a new tip that we're going to be giving out today, and it's all about AI-driven scams. AI have come to stay. Some people hate it and some people love it, but there are also scams and, you know, the dark sides of AI. So we're just going to watch this video, and when we come back, we have a conversation about it.
You get a call. The face looks real. The voice sounds familiar, but is it really them? Welcome to A Safer You, your guide to safer digital living. Brought to you by Digital Unbounded and Channel One TV. Today, we're diving into something that's both amazing and alarming: AI-driven scams, especially deepfakes and voice cloning. You've probably seen a video or heard a voice note that felt a little off. These days, you can't always believe what you see or hear online. With today's artificial intelligence, scammers can create fake videos and clone voices that look and sound real, but are designed to trick you. A deepfake is a video that's been digitally edited to make someone look or sound like they said or did something they never actually did. It's not magic. It's clever computer software pretending to be real. Voice cloning does the same thing with sound. With just a few seconds of someone's voice, AI can copy it so perfectly that you might not tell the difference. Together, these tools can be dangerous. Scammers use them to make fake calls or videos. Maybe a boss asking you to send money, or a family member begging for help. Imagine getting a video call from your manager, or a phone call that sounds exactly like your mother, saying, "I need help." Would you question it? Scammers use trust as their weapon. They steal voices, faces, and emotions to steal something even bigger: your money, your data, or your peace of mind. Here's your action plan. Be cautious with urgent requests for money or private information, especially through video or voice messages. Always double check. Call the person back using a number you know. If possible, confirm things face to face. Be mindful about what you share online. Your voice and videos can be copied. Deepfakes and voice cloning are powerful, but your awareness is stronger. Pause, verify, and protect yourself. Remember, not everything you see or hear online is real. Stay smart, stay safe, stay secure. A Safer You is brought to you by Digital Unbounded in partnership with Channel One TV.
All right, so there you have it. It's important for us to check out and always be sure of the people we are dealing with when it comes to the internet. Because right now with AI, so many things are going on. Let me give you a woman's encounter with AI. So she was at home and her daughter just came back from school and was at home and sleeping or something. Then somebody actually called her on the phone and said, "We have your daughter right now.
Wow.
Yes, you need to bring so amount of dollars, or, you know, we would kill your daughter." And she was screaming, she was panicking, forgetting that, some minutes ago, my daughter just walked in from school. And she was screaming and panicking because they made her speak to someone that just sounded like the daughter.
So that was AI working.
And that was AI working. And the girl was like, "Mom, please come and help me. Mom, Mom, Mom."
Wow.
Yes. And then she had to now run upstairs, you know, in that panic mode, and only to find out that, okay,
the daughter was
wasn't, you know, the one on the other side of the phone. Now, the funny thing is that some people also came out, especially Black Americans, you know what they face like out there. They came out to say that things like this can actually put them in, you know, dire situations because their faces can actually be used to commit crime online and everything.
Very true.
And because they are Black and already they feel a bit marginalized, things might happen to them. So yeah, there's been a lot of worry on this, and also music.
Yes, and even with now information dissemination, you've seen a lot of media person or people in the media space having their faces, having their voices, churning out information on some investment packages that you want to do. Recently, someone sent me one asking me if it's really true. But it tells us how AI has evolved or technology has evolved. So you out there would also have to be very clever when you are using it, and also picking up information, how to better get abreast with issues, so that at the end of the day you wouldn't fall prey to these things. So because someone will call you, like what the example you just cited, if the woman hadn't double checked whether my daughter was in there or not, would have just sent an amount of money for the child to be given back to her.
Well, talking about an amount of money, there was also a French woman, I think a French woman or one of, I think in Europe or something, that was scammed by an AIP Square.
Wow. AIs do a lot.
AIP Square, one of the twins. And she gave him money. Yeah, she gave him money. And also, no, not P Square, it was, I think, Flavor or something.
Yeah.
And then another person with one American actor. I think that's a French woman, yeah.
So you have to be very...
And she gave him money, thinking that, okay, that's the real person.
So you have to be very, very, very careful.
And they asked her, why did you give him money? Oh, I've been chatting with him.
For a very long time.
On video.
So you see,
looked like him.
And that is what the message that we're just given, that you would want to double check. You would have to, or want to see the person face to face and get to know whether, are you really the person? Or better still, use a different number to call that same number and make some inquiries or get other information that you would need, so that you wouldn't fall prey to these things, like we keep saying here. Because AI is really doing a lot.
Yeah, and one thing I like now is a lot of media spaces, and I think everybody in the media, people in, students that want to get into the media space should take the deep fake courses very seriously before you go out there and write something that is not true.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah.
Very true. Anyway, so that is it for A Safer You AI driven scam. You would want to be very careful out there so you don't become a victim of all these things that are happening to us now. But let's move straight into the trends. Chris, you have something for us from sports. Liverpool
and
so
like
Anfield,
on sports.
United and Liverpool 2-1.
Yeah, people were so excited about the match yesterday, and I was wondering why was there so much joy and happiness in the air. Even on radio, I could hear so many things going on, and it was all about Manchester United beating Liverpool at Anfield in the Premier League for the first time in over 9 years. Then I understood why they were so happy. All the Man U fans were happy. Like, even Shika this morning wasn't too happy because she's a Liverpool fan.
Oh,
I wonder
really?
how Kweku David would be doing right now in the office. But yeah,
wow,
things happen.
Bernard actually didn't want that discussed on CBS this morning.
Well,
anyway.
it's discussed here. Hi, Bernard. Hi, Kweku. And hi, Shika.
Beautiful one. Do you have messages on this? Let's share with our viewers quickly. The United coach, I'm going to run first back to Wayne since he began managing the club. Well, that was an interesting one. So some of the comments that are coming through thick and fast. Let's bring you some quickly. I wouldn't. Is that it? Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be a Liverpool fan right now. Want to be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so want to be.
I wouldn't want to be. Oh, okay. Hey, they keep rhyming with their scores.
Yeah. So Liverpool say you never walk alone. And somebody, United fans can't reply.
You walk alone today.
You walk alone today.
You walk alone today.
And another one, the first Manchester United manager to beat Liverpool at home in the Premier League after 9 years, Ruben Amorim. It's funny how everybody loves Ruben Amorim right now.
But wasn't it the same guy they were saying? Yes, it was the same guy they were asking that they should fire.
They fire him. But
it was the same, like
Otuado.
People were asking that Otuado should go. Now, Otuado just stopped the chat and people are praising. Hey,
all right, so this one is from OX Jaja. Don't get too excited about this win. It means almost nothing. Liverpool are in total disarray. United will probably slip right back to default mode after this. And another person replying, "We not go better for you. The last time we won there is 10 years ago." All right, and this is from Nanaba. Good night to all Man United fans. With a kiss and a hug and then Liverpool fans. May your nightmares come with extra time and no substitution.
Oh, beautiful. This one comes from Hassan. Says that Hassan rather. He says that he who lives by late goals shall die by late goals. Anyway. Hey, these people. Anyway, so last week, I think, was it Friday or something, was Shatawale's birthday.
Yeah.
That Saturday was Shatawale's birthday. And he did something for his fans. Shatta really did something for his fans and exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
Trust me, the Shatta fans, like we keep saying, if you push the Shatta fans into sanitation management in this country, the whole Ghana will be clean. Oh.
I swear.
See, if you push Shatta fans into sanitation, and I'm preaching sanitation because of what happened at the end of the show, I will bring you video of that.
Yeah.
At the Independence Square was completely packed, overheating due to overcrowding at Shatta Fest. And the Ghana National Fire Service had to go there, Charlie, and spray the place with water because the heat that was emanating from the place was too much. And if you don't take care, it's going to cause a whole something. So Shatta brings out Wendy Shea, Sarkodie, Tiny, Amrado, Samini, Medical, Kelvin Boy, Dope Nation, etc. for the Shatta Fest. And it was really interesting. You can see the videos. You can see the videos. I'm sure that day, that evening, if you had plans of maybe traveling from Osu to Bukom or to Jamestown, you are stuck. Yeah. Unless you go and use a different route altogether to wherever your destination is, because the entire enclave around Independence Square, Stadium, Ministries, the court complex, the Tema Station area and all that blocked.
Clearly we can see that.
The cemetery, that's the Osu Cemetery area and all that blocked. And you can see like totally blocked. And I keep saying that if you should push these people into sanitation management in this country, and Shatta should say that, okay, one day, myself and my fans, we are cleaning Accra. Like we should do it like once a week, or we should do it twice a month. Accra will be clean.
Yeah.
But let's see what happened. After all said and done, Shatta fans had enjoyed themselves and Shatta has pulled up this crowd. What the crowd left there? Let's bring you that video.
Then square. And then I program the end day. I don't play around 6:37. And I Shatta while the program in our baby. And I wow to any other plastics to go out. A go on our plastics to those here, papa. I feel a Bastard Boys, just about where you're from there, to support the Shatter Fest or the Shatter Feast and Charlie, all of that. But you're about cleaning. So they invite all the other volunteer groups. Someone just saying, I'm what I am. Independence Square is the location. Also, open plastics, no. Independence Square is the location. Millions of plastics right here on your screens. The baby best sabi. Now you heard the real before, no, and then after, no.
Keep gonna keep gonna bright. Together we they make it right. From the street to the junction, everybody join the function. Pick it up, don't throw it down. Clean vibes all around the town. See a crash shining, Kumasi smiling, Takora vibing, Cape Coast rising, Buster Boys bring the blood. To keep it fresh for every man. Buster Boys, yeah, we gon' make it clear. Ghana must be clean, shine, shine. Future bright, we dey build the dream. Buster Boys, yeah, oh yeah.
Well, this is interesting. Like I keep saying, see, what you have seen on the screen has to do with waste, has to do with how you are managing it, has to do with people's involvement, how people are behaving when it comes to these things and all that. Shatterfest, you really did well, but I'm saying the Shatawale, just call your boys the Shatawale movement or the Shatter movement people. SM movement. Get into the space.
Yeah.
Do the sanitation thing very well, and it's going to help. Because see, this thing that they did, and they finished and left it like that, who should come and clean for them?
Exactly.
You understand? Maybe there may have been an arrangement, but how well are we also managing things like these in this country? How we are managing our sanitation, how we are managing how people are behaving, because ideally you've gone to Shatterfest and you left without your shoe. Oh, you left without your slipper. The very slippers that took you to the place, you left without it. Now we'll talk about it. The excitement was too much. That's fine, but it really calls for action when it comes to managing the other things in this country. But we will talk about it later on the show. The reason why I was away on the show for a week was to understand how Singapore is managing their waste. You understand? And a number of things that have to be done in this country for the country to really move out of the space where we say that, okay, we have waste in this particular corner and we don't know who to go and pick it up. We don't know how we are going to go about it. We don't know who is in charge. Government to see it, government to just ignore. Our median, bushy median, we have a number of, I wouldn't want to say all on the show today because series of things we'll be doing for us to champion the sanitation drive on the show. So just the tip of the iceberg. Shatter, we are just showing this challenge to you. Maybe it's coming from us here on Breakfast Daily. We are showing the challenge to you that with your men, Shatter movement, one of these days, get into the city, get into other places that you think that you can be able to
get on the beat.
Yes, and your boys will come out because see, they listen to him. They listen to him, but this is not the time we are going to talk about all these things. This is just trends. So if you want to go straight into it. But let's bring you the video of the day after we have conversation with other things on the show. Anyway, that's would I say instant justice?
That's good parenting, I think.
Is that good parenting?
I think so.
So you
Let your brother handle
so
it.
you caused the mess and you are running into the room.
Exactly.
Okay, and the dad saw it from afar.
Yeah.
So take the discipline from your brother. So it's sort of like tit for tat.
Whatever he does to you, accept it.
Okay, that's fine.
Right.
So that is the video of the day. We've given the explanation to that. Let's go for a quick break. When we come back, we will visit various communities. By this way, bringing you what is happening in our senior high schools. We know today, Form 1s, they actually went to assembly today. Yeah, they resumed on Friday, and I'm sure most of them are in school today. We'll be bringing you what the parents are saying, what Ghana Education Service is saying, whoever is in the education space, what they're saying about our whole senior high or secondary cycle or institution space and all that. We'll bring you all that on the show right after this break.
Uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame? As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
The second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trotro from Kaswa. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you go be the luckiest. Go be from Georgia, be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you go be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God the apple boom. If you're poor, so would the coming of the Son of Man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompts and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
We are grateful you stay with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Let's now bring you what is happening in the various schools by way going into communities. Today, most of the Form 1s went to assembly, let me put it that way, because they resumed on Friday.
Yeah.
They didn't do the secondary school, so you don't really, Chris Kata. There is a report found by Fauzu Masavudu that is talking about parents asking the government to totally end the double track system. So let's bring you that report. You go to another report to in the Volta region where our correspondent Desmond Selassie got filed. Also on education, that also has to do with the GES asking parents or the PTA against excessive levies for after resumption. So there are other things that we'll also be looking at on the show. But let's bring you the two reports after we have conversations on the show. Enjoy.
It was a busy shopping day at Prospectus Ghana in Accra on Friday, October 17, as parents and their wards streamed in to buy essential supplies for the new academic year. From trunks and stationery to toiletries and bedding, shoppers moved briskly through the aisles, checking items off their lists ahead of the 2025-2026 SHS reopening.
nneɛma no nyinaa wɔ ha ɛnyɛ afei na akɔtɔ baako wɔ ha baako wɔ ha na ade aba ɛno nti ne yɛwɔ ha.
Prospectus no mu say na deɛ ne deɛ na yɛatwerɛ mu sɛ montɔma
chobos room, trunk room, khaki track, black, mattress. There's a name of rake ne cutlass nyina oba just a bibia akola na ya chuno bibia baaye no yenya ne nyina wa ha.
CEO of the outlet, Jude Fosujenfi, reported an increase in patronage this year, attributing it to the extended preparation period granted to parents before school reporting dates.
Comparing, I would say this year is better because parents were given enough time. They were informed ahead of time when the awards are supposed to report to school. And if that happens, you have enough time to prepare. You don't do things under rush. So I would say yes, this year is better. We are doing this for school admission. So we stock items that are prescribed for admission. So from mattress down to garage, top rooms and the rest, we sell everything here.
He added that many suppliers have also adjusted their schedules to accommodate delays in students' placement.
Students are supposed to report on the 18th, but like you said, others haven't gotten school yet. So from now till sometime end of October, we expect that every student would have reported to school and then the season would have come to a close.
While prices have largely remained stable, some parents lamented the overall cost burden. One mother, shopping for 2 children, described the process as financially exhausting. What are some of the things that you are getting for your wash?
Blankets, plates, bags, shoes, canvas, a lot. Honestly, I think they are too much because for someone like me who is buying for 2 and they are going to the same school, it's a bit hectic and then it's not easy. So I think that I tell you, so I think they can actually be reduced a bit. Like buying iron. When I was going to school, we're not ironing, but we were fine. So
you're not ironing?
Not at all. You just fold your dress and put it under your bed sheets and you sleep on it. The following day, you are okay. You are good to go.
At the Central Business District, however, sales have seen a slight dip. Supplier Josevi Doji blamed the decline on heightened competition from seasonal traders who stock prospectus-specific items only during the school admission period.
Last year, aheni apilan sana aheni fe nakashi noni yomiji ke tamen shele ke mepi babutio nuchumomi. Many may ho wani BF Kesha season again. I feel when I get about Timothy last year, when honey or Jila or be in a car by me. Jila fan inside there.
Why a many a mamma when a Kushika school being by a
I'm a home. Kebi a school be at Tipe. I can be started my business. I'm more cheme. Can you be fair? Kesha get me.
After the hassle of shopping and getting all items required on the prospectus, this is where it all ends. We are here at Achimota Senior High School to assess the first day of reporting. At Achimota School, parents arrived with their visibly excited words as the institution opened its gates for first reporting. Many described the enrollment process as smoother compared to previous years.
Everything went well. Since the day they enrolled him, we've been here all the time, and everything went on well today. Yeah, they asked us to remove the things inside the prospectus, the things that they asked us to bring, and we remove everything. And so they collected it, we signed it, and now we are done.
Though the main administration block was closed during Channel One News' visit, sources confirmed that the registrar was on site assisting with admissions. Across various houses, students' prefects were actively helping new entrants complete registration and other requirements.
When we came, actually, it was difficult getting where the house is, where it's located. So we asked around, but when we went, no one was there. So we were the first people. When we went, the process was very smooth. I was expecting something very strict, they'll check everything, but when I went, everything was smooth. And we were taken to the room he's supposed to be. We chose our bed and everything was okay.
Some parents, however, renewed calls for the government to accelerate the elimination of the double-track system, arguing that it strains families and disrupts academic consistency.
It is not really helping the kids with regards to the period they spend in school. You realize some people come home and then for some 3 months, 4 months, they are still home and they'll go to school like 1 month and then they are on vacation, and it's like the whole system is messed up. So I think that if they can actually cancel it, they should do that.
Offer extra teacher man. Now ochre na another course. Eti oba no munyina akwa. It seems no ye normal.
But others, like Shadi, urged parents to appreciate the system's benefits, noting that it has expanded access to education under the Free SHS initiative.
As where we grew up from, we think it's helping. Even though we didn't have that chance to be like, come to school a month and be at home like 2 months and stuff, but we just need to help the government make it work. So maybe when your ward comes home, whatever course she's doing in the school, you try and put her into maybe any school or any job that can, she can do practicals over there.
For students, the day is the beginning of a crucial part of their formative stage. And for parents, they believe strongly that the conversation around the reopening of schools must inform the improvement of secondary education in the country. Reporting for Channel One News, Fauzu Masaudu, Accra.
The Ghana Education Service has cautioned parent-teacher associations and school authorities in the Volta region to desist from charging excessive levies as newly admitted students report to school. According to the service, the imposition of such fees could undermine efforts to promote access to secondary education.
The tension on the heart of most parents that they've not got the school of their choice, that tension to come down. They will also want to urge the headmasters. I know they are fully prepared. The third years have left, making room for the first years to come. But they should mobilize the children to clean up the various dormitories and classrooms. And then the admission process, they should also prepare their staff so that the admission process will be very smooth. And I also want to urge them that the PTA should not impose too much levy on the children in such a way that children will not be able to pay and it will discourage them.
Volta Regional Director of Education, Francis Yao Agbumadi, acknowledged the vital role of community and parental involvement in supporting school infrastructure, but emphasized that such contributions must be voluntary and not a prerequisite for admission.
Much as we encourage the parents to support the schools in order to improve their facilities, we also want to urge our schools and PTAs not to make inability to pay such levies a barrier to students' admission.
Nationwide senior high schools have begun reopening for the 2025 academic year, ushering in the first term for students placed under the computerized school selection and placement system. The reopening follows the release of placement results by the GES, which saw thousands of students securing spots in public schools across the country. At Kpando Senior High School, one of the major second cycle institutions in the region, Headmaster Charles Evans Apreku said the school is fully prepared to receive its new batch of students.
The space of 4 months are there. It's a transitional school. So at any given time, we take in 2 batches and we are ready. All the facilities are here. So what we have is what we are doing with, and it's our belief that it will be improved. Since we are going to transit into all schools into single track in 2027, more will be added.
Some parents who spoke to Channel One News after traveling long distances to enroll their children expressed concern over the accommodation arrangement for their wards.
Me ba say omo di na today me pray say yan fa into body because ba bia ye feel ye ni obusiani bia wa ha say enti ye be srem penifo no say saa de no omo hwe na omo ye ne ye maye obi o frɛ kire nso na ne ba e ba school ha ye say akola ntina dey oni mo bia wa ha say a obetu ya makola no atra eye saa eye na ya ho nkira ma wo fo enti ye sra ban no e de penifo so omo hwe na saa de no omo ye nsisi wo ho maye.
With school opening today, the Volta Regional Education Director is cautioning parents against pressuring schools for admission. Reporting for Channel One News, My name is Desmond Salasiato.
So it's an interesting one, and parents being urged not to go and pay extra charges. Sometimes because you want your child to go to school, so you are bothered or you are tempted to go and pay an amount of money that ideally you're not supposed to pay. And also with a double track system, you know, there's a story here that government to allocate 1 billion Ghana cedis to phase out double track system, and this is coming from Haruna Idrisu. It's on citynewsroom.com. This story was September 11, 2025, and the story reads: the government has announced plans to dedicate 1 billion Ghana cedis to from the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, to phase out the double track system in senior high schools. Education Minister Haruna Idrisu disclosed this during the commissioning of a new staff accommodation facility at Accra Girls Senior High School on Thursday, September 11, 2025. Mr. Idrisu explained that the funds will be factored into the 2026 national budget as part of efforts to address the infrastructure deficit that gave rise to double track system. And a quotation that was done: we are committed to ending a double track system as our contribution to improving the quality of senior high school education. Accordingly, in the 2026 formula of GET Fund, President Mahama has directed the Finance Minister, Dr. Atuf Forsen, to make an allocation of 1 billion Ghana cedis dedicated to managing the transition and the responding to the hurdles of the transition, he stated. So, you know, with a double track system, definitely you need infrastructure. You need enough dormitories. You need enough classrooms. You need a number of teachers so that they can handle the pressure that is coming to these schools.
Exactly.
Because the junior high schools, for them, the students, they've completed the school. You have private, we have the public ones. They have gone through the system. We've written the exams, and now we would want to come to senior high school.
Right.
And we've done it in such a way that nobody fails. Maybe, so definitely if you're not failing, you are going to a school, except that the school you'd want to go is what you may say you don't like.
Yeah.
You don't like, yes. But if really this has to be fixed, or in a way it will be fixed, then some amount of money or sacrifice must be done so that people, or they'll have their awards in school 24/7, or during a particular period that the contact hours will be good. Because you would go to school 1 month or say 2, you would come home, another track would also have to go, stay in school for a month or 2. So you're not able to really capture the whole, what's the name? You say,
Curriculum. Yeah.
Good. You are not able to capture the whole thing in the school. At the end of the day, there is sort of a deficit somewhere. So if you do not involve in extra classes, then you lose out.
So if you don't involve in extra classes, if your parents don't have money for all that, then you just sit at home.
Which
I think is
really
very
out.
difficult on parents, because when we look at the world that we are in now, we are in times where, like, it's all hands on deck for a lot of homes. Mother has to work, father has to work. Everybody has to look for, find ways to support the house economically. But is that the time that they will now be using to take care of a child that is back from school? Some even can't even afford the 3 square meals. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So now you're thinking of another teacher that will now help the child, knowing that, okay, the child is supposed to be in school, but they can't be in school right now because of the double track system. So yes, I understand the parents in that, in that regard. So I really understand them.
Yeah, very important. So you would want to also put your mind to this and make sure that the right thing is done when it comes to the double track system. But it's been there for some time now. The question too is, if you do not put in the proper measures and you would push to implement the fact that you are taking it out, it's also another problem. Because you will not find students or the people who have completed junior high schools getting access to the senior high schools. But there was also another story from the Volta region where parents were urged not to pay levies or some amount of money to, say, the management of these schools, by the virtue of the fact that they want to have their children in these schools. But Desmond Ago, who is our Volta regional correspondent, filed that report, and he's joining us live for us to have a better understanding of what really the caution is there that has been given to the parents. Good morning, Desmond. How are you?
Good morning, Philip. I'm doing well. How about you?
Good. Have you visited some schools yet this morning?
This morning, no, not yet.
You haven't. Then maybe after this interview, you'd want to visit some of the schools and see how the Form 1s are getting into or warming up into the system. But there was a caution with the story you filed with the main focus on the fact that some levies may be charged. I don't know. It may be illegal, and that parents should not pay these things when they go to the various schools. Can you give us details of what really the caution is there, and who is sending that information to the general public?
All right, thank you, Philip. So on Saturday, the 18th of October, which is the previous Saturday, schools began admitting the fresh students. That's the Form 1. So at the Pando Senior High School, for example, some students started trooping in with their parents to get them registered for the admission or for the new academic year. And on the back of that, the Ghana Education Service cautioned schools not to take excessive money from the fresh students, which, according to them, might sway them from coming back to the school, maybe because the money might be too much for them to pay. So on the back of that, the GES is saying no school should use levies as a deterrent or as a means of preventing fresh students from coming. So we know PTAs are still taking some levies for developmental purposes, but the Ghana Education Service is saying don't use the PTA or any other levies to deter fresh students from coming to school, Philip.
Okay. So with these schools you visited and you've made mention of the caution that was given. Has this happened in the past before? For that reason, such a caution has been given out?
In some schools, it happens, but it's not a widespread issue. As we know, we are in the pre-senior high school era, so most schools don't usually take money from these students. But in some cases, we see schools taking some levies from them and making it mandatory, and might even attempt to sack students from classes. So on the issue of levies, yes, sometimes they take levies from them, they make it mandatory. But the new norm now is that don't take money from any of them, don't make it compulsory. Although there might be developmental challenges in the school, if parents want to contribute to the development of the school, that's fine. But school shouldn't make it mandatory for them.
Okay. So how is the general feeling like in Volta region, the schools you visited? I'm sure these Form 1 students are excited as they were coming in with their parents, except for a few who will be missing home and they would want to stay home and then they will not be excited. But totally in all, how was the feeling like from the students?
The Form 1s I spoke with were very excited to also begin the second cycle journey. But some challenges they were speaking about was that some came from far distances. Some came from the Usti region to the Volta region, but upon reaching the school, they realized that they were given day status, which is going to be a challenge for them.
Oh, so hold on, they are coming from OT.
Exactly.
And they
Some
are
are coming from OT, Greater Accra.
To which school?
And were given to Pasek.
To Pasek or Pando Senior High, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And they were given day status. So the parents were complaining that they don't have any relative in Pando or any nearby communities where their ward may stay. So they were just appealing to authorities to look at that issue for them, because that's the main issue now on the ground, the accommodation status being given to the students.
Wow.
Some people coming from long distances are given day, while those closer rather are getting the boarding facilities. So this has been the issue in some of the few schools I've been to.
Oh, nice. So around the Pando Senior High School, or is it Pansek, right?
Yes, Pasek.
Or Pasek. Are in the hostels around?
Yes, there are hostels around, but because these children are now leaving the house.
Yeah.
This might be the first time for some leaving the house, staying on them, staying alone.
On
their own might be a little difficult for them. They still need some care, some guidance. So these parents are very scared for such.
Wow.
For their work, maybe going wayward when they are on their own. So they are still calling on authorities, especially the Ghana Education Service, to look into this issue for them, so that their work can get the boarding system.
Oh, that's nice. So in the Volta region, was the issue of say the placement system, like you just made mention of the people coming from Moti region and not getting boarding house and all that? Did we have a lot of issues like that? Saying was Ho a center where the CSSPS issues were handled?
Yes, the Mauli Senior High was a center. When I went there, we didn't see much people, and according to the in charge over there, the cases were just minor cases, changing from day to boarding, from boarding to day, and some also are issues of courses. So generally, the cases were minimal here in the region. Those that were of serious concern are the status of the children. That's whether they are being admitted for day or for boarding. So in all, cases recorded here in the region were not as serious as other regions.
Okay.
So you've talked about the challenges that some parents are facing, but have you heard anything from the school? What are your thoughts, and what are they going to do about those students that were, giving day, and probably these parents thought they were supposed to be in boarding house and came all the way from far?
All right. So schools are tight-lipped on such issues. They don't really want to open up to the media on such issues. But the little I got from them were that they were calling on authorities to expand their facilities for them to be able to accommodate more students. At the Pando Senior High School, for example, some works were going on. We could see some furniture being made. We saw carpenters on campus. We saw freshly made bowls for the pantry also being brought in. So they were making effort on their part to at least get the numbers in terms of furniture, pantry, classrooms, but the structures are not in abundance. They are not there for this furniture and others to be placed in for the usage of by the students. So we are calling on government stakeholders to expand their classrooms, their dormitories, for them to be able to accommodate more students.
Okay, thank you so much, Desmond. Grateful for your time. That is a beautiful one there. I know that it's really going to be an interesting moment for the Form 1 students. If you know, you know. And this has been an interesting one, that at the end of the day, the students who sort of learn something there and all that in the school. But if you go to some senior high schools, like Desmond made mention of, like the school I went to, for instance, the School of Business, you didn't have a lot of people going to the boarding house. There are hostels around, so you'd want to go to the hostel, stay in the hostel. And some of the hostels do have people looking after the wards.
Yeah.
They are really looking after the wards, and they are very disciplined when it comes to that. Yeah.
I have a friend that
just,
actually experienced the same thing, but her child is going to school today, and what happened was that they live all the way in Adenta, and they gave him a school at La.
Oh, so he'll travel Let's speak to the Public Relations Officer for the Education Ministry, Hashim Mohammed. We are working the lines to get Hashim Mohammed shortly so that we speak to him on how I know some monitoring has been done this morning. I've seen some videos of the Education Minister Haruna Idrisu going to some schools. I saw a video of actually him going to Presec. And it tells you that he's also monitoring what is on the grounds and how the Form 1 students are being welcomed into the school. This is an interesting moment for a first time, say, student who is going to the senior high school. A lot of things you're thinking about. So what are the seniors going to do to you? How are you going to stay for that 3 or 4 years in school? When I went to school, there was something that happened, and because I went in early, I thought the people who were coming in, I could just also try and deal with them. And I went to ask someone to stretch. A Form 1 student like me, I went to ask someone to stretch. Apparently, the person was a senior.
Oh my God, and you were punished?
Or you were punished in a nice way. You were punished in a nice way. So it's just interesting, at least, when you move to these schools, the very first year, it comes with its own challenges. You'd want to stay in the school and learning new things and all that. So let's speak to the Press Secretary of the Education Minister, Haruna Idrisu, that is Hashim Mohammed, who is joining us live on TV for us to have conversations on what is happening and where they visited this morning. Hashim, good morning. Hashim, good morning.
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, hello, good morning.
I trust you are doing well.
I'm doing good. How about
good.
you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. First of all, we've seen that the Education Minister, Haruna Idrisu, is visiting some schools this morning. Share with us which schools he's been to and what really is the message he's giving to these new students, the Form 1 students.
Okay, so he's not visiting schools. He just visited a Presec, Presbyterian Boys Senior High School, and the visit is just to afford him a first-hand insight about how the first-year students are reporting to school. Remember, after the computerized school placement exercise, students were assigned to their various schools, and the minister this morning just thought it wise to pay a surprise visit to the school and then see how the students are reporting, and also interact with the management of the school.
Okay, so with that, he's visited Presec, so he's not going to any other school again aside that of Presec.
Well, the minister is arranging to visit not only the schools in Accra, but to also visit some other schools, especially the rural part of Ghana, to see how to see the level of infrastructure, and then also take first-hand information. Challenges that some of the managers of the schools are going through in terms of implementing the free senior high school system.
Beautiful. So for now, you don't really know what some of the management may have told him yet. With specific look at what maybe Presec management has told him so far. Are you privy to that information or not?
Well, basically, the management of Presec have raised issues with infrastructure, which of course is already in the table in the books of the Ministry of Education. Last week, as you recall, the minister announced plans by government to upgrade some category B schools to category A, and then some category C schools to category B. These are all part of a massive plan by government to improve educational infrastructure across board, and this is not only targeting the senior high schools alone. The ministry is also proposing to improve infrastructure in some junior high schools in the country, especially the hard-to-reach areas. You are very much aware that in Ghana, we still have some children who walk long distances to access education in the rural part of Ghana. So the ministry has proposed over 4 billion Ghana cedis to central government to be able to tackle all these issues.
Wow. 2 questions I'll ask you, so we follow up other ones. The placement system, does it mean that now that the Form 1 students are in school, it's come to an end where you say that people would go there to get their issues resolved, i.e., maybe if someone was given a school that the person is not so pleased with, or you were given a day school instead of, say, a boarding school because of the distance and all that, are you still resolving those issues, or now that the students have begun school yet, so everything has come to a halt?
Well, in terms of residential status, the CSSCS Secretariat have decided to add additional 5 days to do a mop-up exercise to look at those issues which are very genuine to students, like the residential status, and those are the issues that they will be looking at. But in terms of schools that have been assigned to students at this material moment, the Secretariat will not be able to do anything about it. Wow.
So what happens to the parents who are still having hopes that at the end of the day something will be done about it? Aren't you receiving sort of complaints yet, or everything has come to a standstill?
Well, the way the system operates, and then looking at the existing facility, the ministry or the CSSCS Secretariat cannot continue changing schools for parents and then students. If we continue doing that, we'll end up having some schools without students So basically, for us, I think parents just need to prepare their walls and then prepare them adequately for the schools that they have been assigned to, so that they can begin to start their life in the senior high school system.
Okay, again, sometimes we see issues of illegal charges in some of these schools, because the headmasters will go ahead and say that, oh, pay A, pay B, pay C, so that we can use it to do A, B, C, or D, E, F. Has the Education Ministry sent out warnings to some of management of these schools, asking them to refrain from that, or have you received any information concerning schools charging illegal fees or levies when it comes to the reopening of schools, or from what is being in schools?
Prior to the reporting date, the Ghana Education Service gave out prospectus for parents and then students. Beyond the prospectus, no school management have the right to charge any parents or to levy any parents beyond the recommended prospectus that they issued out to the parents.
Okay, so for now, what happens to a management member of a school who goes ahead to charge illegal fees? Tell us about the sanctions that we meted out to these individuals and the advice you'd give to parents as well.
Well, any illegal fee will be deemed as extortion, and the ministry will not take that lightly. And the management of the various schools themselves are very much aware of this. And if any headmaster or headmistress engages himself or herself in that act, the appropriate sanctions will be meted out.
But also, what will be the message to parents that you give to them, looking at the levies that maybe be charged illegally?
They should report such illegal charges to the Ministry of Education or the Ghana Education Service, and it will be attended to.
Beautiful. But before you take leave of us, the government in the month of September, last month, spoke about some 1 billion Ghana cedis that will be used to phase out the double track system. We know that in the 2026 budget, it will be in there. But what has been the conversation around that like? How easy or difficult will it be in phasing out this double track system?
Well, for a start, the ministry has engaged the private schools. This year alone, we've had about 70 private schools that have been brought on board, and the 70 private schools declared a vacancy of 44,000. And as at last week, the CSS Secretariat placed about 25,000 students to the private schools. These are all part of issues that proposals that government has brought in place to deal with the double track system, and then also work in the future to improve infrastructure in the schools, expand infrastructure in the schools to deal with the issue of the double track and turn it into a single track.
Hashmin, thank you so much for your time. Hashmin Mohammed is the press secretary to the Minister of Education, Haruna Idrisu, and he has told us a lot. Parents, be careful. Don't go paying levies. Don't say because you are new. We know that sometimes you find people who are gullible. They are like, hey, man, what is in school? It's the first time.
Yeah.
So they say you should pay 15 cedis and you should pay.
Yeah.
Pay 10 cedis, should pay. Pay 20 cedis, should pay. 100 cedis, 150. Sometimes you need to really question, not to say that what people are doing, you don't need to get the information about it, but you need to question, what is the money going to be used for? Is it right? Is this something coming from the Ghana Education Service? Has the Ministry of Education approved it? Is this something that the government is aware of? Don't just go in there, be paying some monies that you think that you want your child to get the best in the school, because sometimes it's happening to a couple of people because you think that your child is new in the school. Oh, I want my child to get the best out of the school. I want my child to get, so you go pay an amount of money. At the end of the day, then you come and be complaining on social media, or you come and be telling the general public that, oh, when I went, I paid this amount of money, I pay ABC, and
they keep collecting money.
Exactly,
Collecting money,
and maybe the free senior high school policy or the program is not working and all that. The Education Ministry is still asking you that don't go and pay. And if you are charged, report to the Ghana Education Service, report to the Ministry of Education, so these issues can be resolved. He also spoke about the double track system that has been on the table for a very long time, trying to work with the private institutions. So we know that the private schools have also come out that they have the capacity to get receive some of the students there. So I think if it's worked around so that they can all be on the same scale when they are learning, then at the end of the day, we know that we are vacating in the next 3 or 4 months.
At the same time,
we all
and
go
reopening
home.
at the same time.
Yes, we go for our vacation classes, we come back to school, and the cycle goes on. Because if it's green track, gold track, blue track, and at the end of the day, the way and the way somebody absorbs whatever is taught in the school, it's different. I may teach you A and go and teach this one a different thing, and how you are all acquiring the knowledge becomes so different. So I think it should be looked at. He also spoke about the education minister who went to PRESEC today. But you know, PRESEC, why would you still be complaining about infrastructure? I know that your old students, Mr. Benanavle, I know your old students are doing a lot of for you. Maybe you don't want to offload some of these schools to some of these glory or the things that are benefiting to other schools. But PRESEC said, of course, they complain about the infrastructure. And that is also what also brings in with a double track system. Yes, we need a lot in that regard before we can phase out the double track system. So I think that by and large, it's a good thing. And if you are in school and it's your first time in school, you just have to be careful. Just go in there and learn.
Yes, and good luck to each and every one of them. I wish you the best in all that you do throughout the academic year. And to the parents.
Chris, this thing there, I'm not even sure that you really understand the system.
I do.
You do?
Yes. I do. I try to, actually.
You try,
Yeah,
okay.
I do. I do.
That's
but
fine.
yeah, it's just the double track. I'm still trying to get my grip of. Yeah.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, we'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we have more for you on the show. Stay with us. This is Breakfast Daily on Channel One TV.
October marks the 22nd Cybersecurity Awareness Month, a crucial time to protect what matters most in our digital work. From hackers to phishing scams, the risks are real for individuals and businesses across Ghana. Remember, so is the power to stay safe online. Join us this October on Channel One. We're launching A Safer You, your guide to safer digital living, tailored for our communities. Learn steps to protect passwords, secure devices, and recognize online threats. These lessons are delivered in easy, bite-sized episodes, each under 3 minutes, making learning accessible. A Safer You is brought to you by Digital Unbounded in partnership with Channel One.
The alumni of Sweetroot Secondary School, SWESCO, invites you to the annual All-Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance. Relive the memories, reconnect with friends. The Old Swesconians Annual Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance is here. Join us on November 1st at 5 p.m. at the beautiful Channel 1 TV Gardens in Tesano. For just 500 Ghana cedis per head, enjoy an evening of dinner, music, and nostalgia. Don't miss the reunion of the year. The Old Swesconians Annual All-Year Group Awards and Dinner Dance is on the 1st of November 2025 at 5 p.m. at the Channel 1 TV Gardens. Contact your year group or chapter president and get your tickets. Sepulchre Optimus, always with the best.
Nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Amadu sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you are in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama will be a mean president if he prioritizes only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Amadu on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel 1 TV.
Many thanks for staying with us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. And of course, we've been telling you that this month is a cybersecurity month. We have a lot for you when it comes to the cybersecurity space and all that. And you really have to learn something. But in studio for us to look at an upcoming project, which project I think is still even going on, is a Cyber Connect GH conference with cybersecurity professionals, which is a project and also happening on the 27th October to 12th November at the Lancaster University. But in studio for us to delve deeper into this conversation is Fabiola Amedo, who is a Chevening alumni, cybersecurity professional and lead of Cyber Connect GH project. Also we have Eugene Elikem, who is the Chevening alumni, Ghana president, and Dr. Pius Gadose, head of the computer science department at Lancaster University. You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing?
Thank you. We're
doing well.
Good, good, good. Let me start with you, Fab.
Yes.
Cybersecurity. We've seen a lot of things in the space. People using AI to sort of mimic people's voices, putting information out there that is wrong, people falling to it or being prey to all these things and that. What in your immediate reaction to what is happening with the usage of AI? It looks like people are looking more at the negatives than the positives when it comes to the cyberspace.
Yes, thank you for the question. So when it comes to artificial intelligence and what it's the kind of developments that are happening with it, we see a lot of opportunities and risks that are presented. More so, negative news tends to trend, right, more than the positive side of things. And just like any other kind of technological advancements, you would always have the negatives. Okay, just like we have cars take us from one destination to another, but sometimes people have accidents. If you don't drive properly, you're going to crash, etc. So the whole concept of the AI and developing trends in the cybersecurity space, what we need to do is to be able to identify what the risks are, the kinds of threats that they pose to us in our daily lives, and be educated about them and know how to protect ourselves against them while taking advantage of the opportunities that they present. So in certain instances, yes, we've seen the deepfakes. I saw the show you had earlier with how people are using deepfakes to deceive people. So there's always the need for us to have this, in addition to the skills we are building, have this skill of discernment. So discernment, I was telling a friend the other day that it's one of the skills that we need in this digital age, because one of the ways that people get deceived is through falling for these kinds of attacks, social engineering related attacks. And then with the advent of AI, it only exacerbates the trend and makes it a bit more difficult for people to detect what is real and what is fake.
Wow, interesting. So, Eugene, are we getting the best out of AI yet? And I don't really know whether you think that there is more we can do to really derive the best out of it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think there is always more we can do. As a country, we still need to do more, both individually and as a government, because AI is something new to us. Many other jurisdictions have mastered this and are getting better at it. The pace at which they are moving is faster than we are moving. So there's always more to learn and better things we can do with AI.
And also a lot of things to do to fight the crime what it comes with.
Yes, that's true too.
Wow, interesting. Before we come to the conference or the project you're embarking on, let me ask Dr. Pius, the onset of AI, cybersecurity and all that, do you think that it can worsen in the coming days if actions are not taken?
Yes, of course. Well, everything is data. What is driving everything today is actually the fact that we have vast amounts of data on the internet. So our lives are getting easier, they're getting faster, and we are getting more connected. However, most of the things that we need to do to safeguard our data and our networks are what we need to start creating awareness around. Otherwise, we'll get to a point where, as we have more data, things are getting more sophisticated. Now, cybercrime will also get more sophisticated. And if we don't start now in making sure that we provide the necessary forms of awareness and trust, or whatever tools we need to be able to safeguard our data and networks, things are going to get worse. It's going to get more difficult for us to be able to protect our information from unauthorized access and damage. So it is very necessary that we start now. Otherwise, things will definitely get worse.
So why this conference or this project?
All right. So when Fabiola reached out that they wanted to collaborate with Lancaster University Ghana on the conference, you realize that what we are not seeing today is the practical hands-on experience that students need. In computing and engineering, experiential learning is very important. Otherwise, students will still come out of school and still be struggling to get exactly what they need in order to navigate the digital world today. So it has become necessary to bring in industry experts, people that have had years of experience in the field, to give them practical knowledge so that they will be able to take that out once they are out of school.
Beautiful. So, Fab, when is this event happening? Tell us about the project. Tell us about the conference details.
Okay, all right. So to start off, to give a bit more background, so CyberConnect GH was an idea that I birthed based on my own personal experiences some years ago when I started. Sorry.
You are the mother.
Yes, you can say that from my personal experiences as an undergraduate moving into industry, you know, the universities would help you provide career guidance, etc. However, you'd go into industry sometimes and you realize there's a need to be abreast with the kinds of certifications that you need to take, what particular path to tailor into and specialize in. And I realized there was a lot of information that I didn't know how to grasp and put together. So that gave me the idea to start a project like this to connect the undergrad students with industry professionals to bridge that gap and give them some exposure and help them to be able to make the most of the opportunity that they have to network to make decisions about their careers, especially in this case, in the case of cybersecurity, because that's a field that I operate in.
Oh, wow. Interesting. And Eugene, what role are you playing in this?
Right. So,
because having been Chevening Alumni Ghana president, what role are you playing in this?
Yes. So this project is actually funded by the Chevening Alumni Program Fund.
Oh, that's nice.
So the Chevening community are people who have benefited from the British government's scholarship program to study for a one-year master's in the UK. So the program has it that after giving you the opportunity to study, when you return home, because it's a scholarship that is for you to study, come back home and support your country. So when you return home, there's the opportunity for you to pick up a project that you want to do, maybe based on your specialty, pick up a project, and then the fund, which is actually administered in the UK, can fund up to £100,000 based on the extent and the impact of that project. Because at the end of the day, the Chevening Secretariat wants to improve conditions of your country as much as also market what they are doing. So that's where we come in to support this project. Fabiola actually bid for the fund and then won this year's Chevening Alumni Program Fund. So she's, so we're funding that for the year.
You also work together with Lancaster University, and that's where it's happening. Like the venue.
Yes.
Tell us the date. We already know the venue, so the date and how the entire program has been structured.
All right. So we are starting this Wednesday, 22nd October, and then finishing on 15th November, 2025. This will only be held on Wednesdays from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. on our campus. On day one, that is the launch of the program this Wednesday, we are bringing in key stakeholders in the industry to come and then speak to the students or the participants on what will happen. The other days that are remaining will be more hands-on experience. So there will be trainers that will come on to train the participants on various tools in cybersecurity that they need. There is a challenge at the end of the entire program as well. That will be a final project that the participants will have to participate in so that we award a winner at the end of it all.
Wow, beautiful. Fab, who qualifies to be on this program?
So because it's a partnership with Lancaster University, and also it's the maiden event, or let's say the pilot of the project. So the main target is the computer science students and cybersecurity enthusiasts within the Lancaster University community. So for now, that is the main target, and hopefully in the future, I would be expanded to other universities for a wider reach.
Okay.
So that's how it's being run at the moment.
So from one particular university to the other?
Hopefully, eventually,
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But for this year, the target is Lancaster University. And also, the reason I chose Lancaster University is because I'm also Lancaster University alumna. When I was on the Chevening scholarship, I went to Lancaster University for a year to master in cybersecurity. So I felt the connection deeply with Lancaster University in Ghana. And that's why I'm executing the project with them.
Sam George, you need Fabiola. She has masters to master in cyber security. Yeah, that's interesting. So thank you so much, Fabiola Meadow, and thank you so much, Eugene Alikem, Tonyava, and also Dr. Pius Gadose, all who came in here to share with us the details of the Cyber Connect GH, a conference with the cyber security professionals. And this is actually a project. Beautiful one there. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, gentlemen. We are grateful for joining us here in studio. We'll bring you more on the show on Breakfast Daily. Let's enjoy entertainment highlights of the day.
Habibi, my people, welcome to Dubai. My name is Sheikh Alkal bin Maktoum. Okay, so I am Caleb, right? Caleb Kuda is my name, and this is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. We are in Dubai. So join me. Let us explore the allure, the beauty, and the reality of life and living it in Dubai through the eyes and the experiences of our compatriots.
Imagine 6 people, 10 people sharing a common room together.
If you're not a na complain there in the sense, why do I share one rooms now? It doesn't smell pleasant. Or haunting no complaints now be bring to the fair no tomb.
Dubai is one of the most organized, highly resourced, and well-endowed countries you would find.
You've been here for 7 months.
Yes.
Without a job.
Yeah.
How is it like?
So hard.
Tell me about it.
Struggling, renting and feeding is so hard.
Every frame per second of their lives in Dubai tells a story, and we've got it all captured right here on Beyond Borders, only on Channel 1 Television. So don't get told, don't miss out. Catch these compelling stories of Ghanaians in Dubai only on Beyond Borders on Channel 1 TV this and every Wednesday at 7 p.m. I catch you.
Beyond Borders is sponsored by Copen Hospitality. This November, something amazing is coming to Accra. Are you a farmer with fresh produce? Are you into fish farming, poultry or livestock? Then get ready for the November edition of the AgriFair 2025. Yes, AgriFair 2025. It's happening on Friday the 28th to Sunday the 30th of November. It's happening at the A4 Sutherland Children's Park, and it's 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. each day. It's the ultimate weekend marketplace. From fruits and vegetables to poultry, livestock and fish to agri-inputs and processing machinery. All at unbeatable farm gate prices. Whether you're selling or buying, this is your chance to connect, trade and grow. Enjoy the freshest farm produce, sizzling kebabs, and a vibrant marketplace atmosphere all in one space. Register now and secure your spot. Call 0558-973-973 for more information. AgriFair 2025, where culture meets innovation. The AgriFair 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM.
In a nation full of questions, where truth often hides behind noise, one show dares to ask what truly matters face to face. With fearless clarity and a quest for accountability, host Umaru Sanda Amadou sits down with the movers and shakers of politics, governance, society, and business, confronting the issues that define our national conversation.
The party itself has said that whenever you're in opposition, you should choose flag bearers early.
So what you are trying to tell me is that you want somebody who is going out to come and select a leader for you. So the next person will come and say, but I didn't select him.
Direct victim of attack, violent attack.
Where and when?
The first one happened in Parliament. I was pregnant.
Now, for me, it was legitimized by a radio or TV station giving her a position to work.
So for you, take issue with GH1 and what and giving her the platform.
That is where the minority is. We are on them. We've asked questions.
President Mahama would be a mean president if he prioritized only his children and DCP. He needs to demonstrate a Ghanaian government.
Every Tuesday at 9 p.m., join Umaru Sanda Amadou on Face to Face as he digs deeper, challenges power, and reveals the stories shaping Ghana's future. Only on Channel One TV.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Breakfast Daily right here on Channel One TV. And as you all saw, the montage, it's all about Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And like I've been saying it from the beginning of this month, that please go get checked because it is very important. And also it can help prevent, very grave situations which we do not want. Well, we are about to have a conversation on breast cancer awareness, and this time we have a doctor and a survivor in the house. So I would recommend that you sit back and enjoy this conversation because there's so much to learn, and maybe there'll be some freebies of where to go and even go get checked. Do you understand? So yeah, let's get straight into the conversation. We have Dr. Bright Asamoah, who's a senior radiologist and executive director of Diagnostic Center Limited, and Margaret, who is a breast cancer survivor. Hi, you're all welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you so much.
How's everything?
All good so far.
All right. All right, Doc, I'm going to start with you. Right, because you're the only man here right now, so I'm just giving you the honors. Doc, tell us about breast cancer. What are the numbers in Ghana right now?
So breast cancer, it's something I believe a lot of women have heard about.
Mm-hmm.
And, interesting thing is that it's quite more prevalent, amongst Africans. And the sad news is that, Africans tend to experience the aggressive, severe form, more prevalent in the African people.
Why?
We actually can't put a finger to it, Though amongst the Caucasians, it's found to be more prevalent or slightly more prevalent than, the general female population around the world. When it does happen in Africa or amongst Africans, it happens to be a little bit more severe. And, so looking at the numbers, like you're saying, currently in, let's say, the year 2022, all right, we had about 5,025 women being diagnosed newly of breast cancer.
In Africa or
in Ghana, right. But then
5,000.
Exactly. And I keep saying that these statistics are probably even more because
yes,
those
not
things,
everybody
those ones that
comes
are
out.
missed, exactly. But then the trend actually is increasing. So in 2010 thereabouts, we had about 2,000 women being diagnosed. Then in 2018 thereabouts, we had about 4,000. So you just see some increasing trend.
Number, yeah.
Now it could be that people are becoming more aware in screening, but it could also be that we're actually now detecting it a lot more, than before. So the trends are increasing, and currently we have it that breast cancer is actually the leading cause of cancer mortality amongst women.
Yeah.
So, if it even takes one life, a year. I mean, that is of concern once the things can be done to prevent it. So in this case, it's quite a problem for us. And in Ghana, I think we should really take it that serious and do everything to, you know, create that awareness and that right action against breast cancer.
Right. Wow, that's interesting. Margaret, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Margaret, tell us a story.
All right. So when I was around age 23, a lump appeared on my chest. It was a tiny lump, like I could feel it. It was distinct.
If you said tiny, like what's
so it wasn't
the size?
bulgy.
No, would you describe it to an orange
like
seed?
a grain? No, like a grain of rice.
Or like a peanut.
Yeah, like very tiny. I could, yeah, it wasn't that big. So I went to a private clinic. I got it removed, and I sent it to Kolebu for pathology testing, and the results came out benign. Then I had heard about breast cancer. So when I was told it wasn't cancerous, I did the sign of the cross, and that was it. I wasn't doing any follow-ups, no yearly checks, nothing. I got married at age 29. I had my first daughter at age 30, my second daughter at age 32. During the time I was breastfeeding, I later realized that my children didn't really like my left breast. They didn't really like suckling on my left breast. So fast forward to age 45, in 2021, I would feel pains under my foot. I'll feel pains on my back when I drive. I thought it was the driving. And once in a while, either when I am menstruating or ovulating, the left breast become too sensitive for my liking. But I was still not paying attention to the lump that had returned.
Oh, you didn't notice another one had returned?
I noticed. This time it wasn't small. It was a bit bigger.
Like an orange
like
seed?
a pea size.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But because the first one was benign, being the Ghanaian I am, I said, well, the first one wasn't anything. Why bother? But when I started feeling all the signs, feeling the pain, once in a while I'll feel like I am choking without any cause. So I haven't drank water. It's not like I'm trying to swallow a spittle, but I feel like I'm choking. And that was around the COVID time. And so my husband would jokingly say, you have COVID. Yes. And so 2022, October, like this, my church organized a free screening. I work in a court. So I spoke with my magistrate that when I close from work today, I'm going for free screening because of the lump I feel in mine. So go get your breast checked. Like, I have that rapport with So I come back to church, they do palpation, and then the nurse on site tells me, Madam, it's not only the lump on your chest, but we feel there are lymph nodes under your armpit. And normally when it's like that, it doesn't look good. So I was asked to go do a mammogram because I had never done a mammogram. Even after that, my problem. So I go back to work, talk to my magistrate, and she says, oh, talk to my sister. Her sister is an oncologist. She was then a resident oncologist at Kolebu. So I spoke to her sister. We had to get all the, I did a mammogram, ultrasound, biopsy, chest x-ray, chest and stomach. I had to do ECG, echocardiogram,
The MRI, you did everything?
Yes, I did an MRI before my surgery. Cancer treatment is not like a headache that you go and they prescribe paracetamol. Yes, it's holistic. So you are meeting with...
So while doing the test, had they already told you that this is cancer?
No. So this is it. They will tell you for now, we don't know. So we want to, yes, it looks suspicious. So my mammogram recommended that I do an ultrasound because they saw calcifications. Doctor, that's what they say, right?
That's
calcifications. So I do the ultrasound scan, and then the ultrasound brings out more details. Yes, then I had to do a biopsy. The biopsy goes to a pathologist and comes back. And the day I had to go for my news to be broken to me, I had shown it to my kid brother. He was then a nurse at 37 Military Hospital. And he says, sister, if you go, can I say it in Tree?
Yeah, you can say it.
He says, Oko, na Dr. Foni say, Ombe you nufua, ye kom no mu. Yes, but I really did not take his advice. So the doctor says to come with my husband when I am coming. I went with my husband.
Oh, he was nice to tell you to come with your husband.
Yes, she.
Oh, she was.
Yes.
Oh, that's professional.
Yes. So I went with my husband, and that day I remember when she started talking, said, oh, what we found is cancerous, and that you have stage 3 invasive carcinoma. That was it. That was the only thing I heard.
Stage 3?
Yes, because I was just sitting there looking at her lips,
lips moving. Everything was just...
Yes, so I was blank.
So the life stopped around you.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I felt like, so now my life flashed before me.
You remembered the first
And then my
time.
children, those were the first things that came. Am I going to die and leave my children? They are only, what, 14 and 12. Am I going to die and leave them? And I was thinking about my mother, how I was going to tell her because she's grown. And my career, you know, I thought life had come to an end and I felt I was going to die. So I think I didn't hear anything again. The doctor said she would schedule me to meet with a psychologist too. So that day when I was going back with my husband, I asked him, what did she say?
Oh.
So it's my husband that told me all the things she said. So when the news is broken to you, they will tell you to do a further test. After the biopsy, you know, they will need to check if it had spread.
Yeah.
So then I would have to go and do a chest and stomach scan.
Oh, right, that's why, yeah.
So they want to check if it has entered into my lungs
and stuff like
or
that.
it has gone into my liver or anything. So I had to do all that. Then we went back and the doctor tells me, oh, this is the regimen we are going to use in treating you. Either chemo, surgery, radiotherapy, or surgery, chemo, radiotherapy. I said, take chemo out. And she says, why? I'm like, I haven't seen anyone do chemo and live.
Yeah.
We see it in the movies, don't you?
Yeah, they look sickly, they
Yes,
get tired.
and they die. So I said, take chemo out. I'll do anything but chemo. And she explained that chemo was my best option. So then I asked about what chemo would do. And I was told, oh, chemo could shrink the lump. Yes.
And this lump we're talking about is still that pea-sized one?
Now my lump was moving towards my armpit area.
Oh.
And my breast had become a bit bigger.
Ah.
Yes, and heavier.
So you noticed?
Yes. Oh, very, very well.
Right.
I did. I just did not pay attention. And I just did not seek medical help.
Right. So, Doc, let me come back to you. So she saw the first benign one at an earlier age, in her 20s, and it was nothing. But now, this time around, it came back as a cancer. And she had never done a mammogram before. Now, how important is it for us to do most of these tests, like the ultrasound and the mammogram, including the, self-examination? Because I feel like the self-examination, people do it, but because sometimes your breast is full, people with very full breasts and very hefty breasts, they have a lot of tissues.
Exactly.
So you don't know how to differentiate between the tissue and whatever is there.
So in terms of the self-breast examination, we usually advise that you do it quite often so that you get to know the normal of your breast. Exactly. And we usually advise that after your period, because during the period of your menses, the breast sometimes feels lumpy. So you may feel a lot of lumps and not know which is which. So usually after your periods, that's the best time to do your self-breast examination. So as soon as you feel something out of the ordinary, you're able to, see that this looks odd and then take the necessary steps. And I like all that she's recounted because it actually paints the whole, journey of breast cancer. So it's, first of all, it's not every time you feel a lump that it's cancerous.
Yeah.
But the fact that you've had one lump that wasn't cancerous does not mean the other one next to it is probably, or you wouldn't develop something.
Yeah.
And the reason we have such bad statistics in Ghana, where we say that about almost 1 in 2 women, die of breast cancer when you have 2 women diagnosed, is because we have about 70% of them coming to the hospitals late. And they usually come when it's advanced, and at that point, there's not much that can be done.
So basically, like she knew it came back, but she ignored it.
She ignored it, Sometimes you just ignore it because of the denial and all the denial.
You don't want to hear it.
Sometimes they say ignorance is bliss, but in this case, if you ignore any sign, symptom of breast cancer, you do that to your own detriment. Because the reason we say that early detection saves lives is that when it's found early, it can be cured. But then if you delay and it comes in an advanced stage, there's really nothing much doctors can do. We'll try everything we can, but then the outcome or the prognosis, we call it, is quite dire sometimes. All right, so women really need to not even wait to feel a lump, just keep checking. Because in most cases, you can actually have breast cancer and yet you feel no lump.
Without a symptom.
By the time you start feeling something, it's usually advanced. That thing. Exactly. And God forbid if it's the aggressive type, where by the time...
so she named it.
Yes, invasive carcinoma, and I was stage 3 already.
Stage 3.
So, like, what are the differences?
So, the differences, so there's the invasive ductal carcinoma, there's the invasive lobular carcinoma. The ductal is the most common, followed by the invasive, ductal. Ductal is the common one, and then followed by the lobular, invasive lobular. So but then there's also a type called the triple negative breast cancer, all right, which means it doesn't respond to all the hormonal treatments possible for it. Okay, so that again tends to be more aggressive and quite lethal, all right, and again, it's more prevalent in the younger women or the younger population. So that's when you hear that somebody who is 28 has breast cancer, then...
Oh, now there's 23.
There's 23.
Yes, 23 years, yes.
You see, so...
23?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So usually...
So when should you start the self-examination?
So you start the self-examination at least from age 20. Do you get it? Do very proper self-breast examination. Then yes, your late 20s and your 30s, include your clinical breast examination and your ultrasound. And this should be a lifestyle where you're doing this at least every year.
Every year.
But self-breast examination every month.
Every month.
You keep to it. And once anything out of the ordinary pops up and you see it early, it's most likely in an early stage where treatments can be more effective with a very positive outcome.
Yeah.
Exactly. And one of the reasons people come late are the misconceptions around it. Like let's say the mammogram causes cancer.
Yeah, the mammogram itself causes the cancer.
So these misconceptions and all that actually prevent people from going. The denial that, I'm a high-flying woman, I work as a CEO, or probably I look so pretty that, this thing can't happen to me.
I'm very healthy.
I'm very healthy.
I am very healthy.
And active and all that. So they feel that it can't happen to them. But the thing is that no woman is exempt at all. Every female is at risk of developing breast cancer. And the only way to have a good outcome, God forbid if you do develop it, is by catching it early. And that's why we're quite passionate about the fact that women should check. And my story really is that, as a doctor, you talk about breast cancer, you educate and all that stuff, but it had never come so close than it did when my brother's wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. Unfortunate for her, it was a triple negative breast cancer. And, the thing is that she was a nurse working in a breast clinic. She had just qualified as a nurse, and that was the first station. Then she sees another young African woman, so they live outside the country, who, young like her, diagnosed with breast cancer that's advanced. So she freaks out and goes home and just decides to check her breast and feels a lump out of the ordinary. And now she goes and checks the lump, and it's stage 4. Stage 4. and then she passed.
This is my show, but you're gonna make me cry.
And she passed away last
passed away?
2 years after battling it for 3 years. All right? And this is the reality of it. You know that, and my brother is a doctor. So it's like, you feel that all this thing can happen in that space. But it did happen. Do you get it? So it means nobody is really exempt. And the only way you can help yourself is to check every year. And naturally,
How is your brother?
he's pulling through. I mean, he has his moments where he dips and the
This
days.
is my show. You don't make me cry on my show.
You know, I mean, at least we've been through our tears and all stuff. So, you know, and I easily talk about it because I know that if she were alive, she would have wanted me to talk about
And
it.
she was,
That's
and
why
she was in that space.
she was in that space, you know. So women really need to take it serious. That it sounds bad, but it's only that bad when it's found late. All right, and my company, Diagnostic Center Limited, is actually championing, you know, breast screening beyond October, because the problem is that women wait till October, then you know, as
then
soon as
there's a
it hits
rush.
October,
Yeah.
unless they get busy and they can't do it, October, I'll wait for next year October, and then but breast cancer doesn't go on holiday and wait till next year October. So I had a friend who. During October, was like, go get screened, go get screened. She said, oh, I felt something. I was like, go get screened. And she didn't. And then she waited till the next year, October. And then by the time she checked, it was cancer. You get it? So you've lost a whole year of being able to have detected it and instituted effective treatment for that. You know, and yeah, it's what it is. Did you get it? You know, so women really need to put fear aside, because the fear actually delays investigation, and that delay can actually be costly.
Right.
You know.
Wait, so let me ask Margaret. Margaret, what was your treatment like, and what kind of treatment did you go through?
So, I did surgery, chemo, radio.
So when you say surgery,
okay,
a full mastectomy?
All right. So, radiologist, my surgeon, the anesthetist,
everybody,
the psychologist, we all had a meeting.
Team. Yeah.
So they will meet with you before your treatment, and like it will be back and forth like that. So radiologists were saying, "Oh, take the lamp." Surgeon says, "I'll take lamp, take lymph nodes, and leave what?" And so she says, "You know what? Go do an MRI. That's the final, so that we are all clear as to what to do." I go get an MRI done. I check the film. Now I was reading stuff like a pro. Yes. So any result I get, I take my time, read it. I'll send it to my kid brother, and then we talk about it. So I check the film, I read what's on the sheet, and then I tell my husband, I want to take both of my breasts.
Oh, a double mastectomy.
What do you say?
Yeah.
And he says, look, anything they will do to keep you alive, do it. Because I was always crying on him.
Yeah, I know.
Every time. Sometimes he's ready to go to work. I'll just walk from the bedroom and come and say, please hold me. Please, just hug me for some time before you go, because I'm going to die. So he agreed that I do the double mastectomy. I go to the hospital, I tell my surgeon, Dr. Ansafo, I want to get a double mastectomy. She says, what?
Yes, because a lot of women don't want to do that.
Yes, because this is invasive carcinoma stage 3. And this was fibroadenoma virus 4B.
Wow.
And
suspicious.
yes, and it's highly suspicious. And I was seeing those calcifications here, and the hassle I had to go through to even secure a date for surgery in Kolebu was not a small hassle. So I didn't want to go for the First World War and come back for the Second World War.
Let's just do it.
So I said, let's just take it off. So March 2023, I had double mastectomy in Kolebu. It was smooth, yes.
So after that, did they do anything? Did they do chemo?
Yes.
Oh, it continues?
Oh, yes. So when you're done, when I was done with the surgery, I was doing aspirations, you know, because of all the fats in there, there will be a lot of water. They call it serous.
Serous fluid.
Yes, serous fluids. So I would go every now and then to drain the fluid. And then when it heals, then when it healed, I started with my chemo. I did 8 rounds of chemotherapy. So I did 4 adramycin and then 4 paclitaxel. And then I did 15 rounds of radiation.
But you're alive and it's good.
Yes. Now
and you're
I'm
a testimony.
On, hormonal therapy.
Yeah.
I take tamoxifen. I'll be taking tamoxifen for 10 years. Every day.
And you're okay?
Oh yes, I am. I'm back to work.
All right, so our time is almost up. So Doc, what is your place doing? And
so, you know,
how can people just make use of this opportunity?
Right. So Diagnostic Center, we located in East Legon, behind the Emmanuel Eye Clinic. You know, it's not difficult to find. And we are obviously on social media, so you can look us up and find our location. But then what we're doing is that we're giving up to a 50% discount on all the breast imaging procedures, so mammogram, ultrasound. Okay, and we're doing this because we really want to ensure that there's no barrier in terms of cost to women accessing this life-saving investigations. So yes, we open from Monday right to Sunday. So Sunday, Saturday also to just make it convenient for people to be able to access the mammogram and the ultrasound. And it's just a walk-in. Even if you walk in without a request, they just say that you need to do your breast screening. We can organize that for you. So we really encouraging women to take this opportunity and come and get screened. Those who are 40 years and above, we recommend mammogram. And Diagnostic throws in a complementary ultrasound to get more detail. For the younger women, it's an ultrasound. And all of this is discounted to ensure that cost is not a limitation to this life-saving investigations.
All right, thank you so much. It's been nice having you on the show and even making me cry. But yeah, God is good and you are alive. And that actually shows us that there is hope as long as you go out there and test, as long as you go there and examine your breast, as long as you go out there, you can actually be saved if everything is found at an early stage. So ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking to a survivor who is Margaret. As you can see her, she's doing really well. And Dr. Bright Asamoah, who's a senior radiologist and executive director at the Diagnostic Center Limited, which they're actually running a promo, and you can make use of this opportunity. There's going to be a mammogram test and also an ultrasound test. So please make use of this opportunity. Is discounted. You've heard the story. I still haven't gotten over listening to Doc, but yeah, thank you so much for joining us on the show. I want to say a very big thank you. And remember that Philip did this show with me, and also Nanatu Foster at the show. So see you guys tomorrow at the same time right here on Channel One TV.